And we're going to start with talking about our buyer or looking at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. First off, who can remind me what that word exclusive means to me? What does that word exclusive tell me? There's actually two different things that that word exclusive says to me. Good morning. We're talking about, if you're just joining us, good morning. And we're talking about that word exclusive. And when I see that word exclusive, particularly with an agency agreement, it tells me two things. Nobody's feeling adventurous this morning? Y'all got your pens? You ready? Exclusive. How many firms is the buyer dating? Just one. So it's an exclusive relationship, meaning the buyer has an exclusive relationship with the firm. They're not working with any other firm. So that word exclusive tells me we're committed. We are in a serious relationship. The second thing, that word exclusive, anybody? You see, there it is. I wish I could give you some candy. When you see that word exclusive buyer agency agreement on your exams, you know that this agency agreement is in writing. Exclusivity only lives in writing. So, y'all, your exam may not say the exclusive buyer agency agreement that's in writing, da 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 da. We know that we see that it's in writing because we're going to revisit oral buyer agency. An oral buyer agency is non-exclusive. So right out the gate, there's two very important things that that word exclusivity tells me. Buyers only dating one firm. And we know on your test, particularly, that exclusive buyer agency agreement is in writing. So we're going to take a minute. We're not going to read this thing word for word, but we are going to take a minute and look at it. And it's kind of hard to see on my screen right now, for some reason, on my end anyway. But when you guys pull it up in Google Drive, which by the way, we got your exclusive buyer agency agreement right here in Google Drive for you guys to download and look at it. You want, if you want to. And when you pull it up in Google Drive, you're going to see the highlights. And the highlights is information that we've talked about in class. It's information that comes from the syllabus. And if it's in the syllabus, it's a good candidate for your exam. So some of this stuff we've talked about, or we are talking about, I do think that the agency agreements are another good tool for you guys to better understand agency. With that being said, I don't need you to sit down and read these things word for word yet. You will have to eventually, but particularly reviewing the highlights might get you an extra test question or two. So we got this exclusive buyer agency agreement is between the buyer and who? The firm, not the individual broker, but the relationship is between the client and the firm. So we're going to put ABC Realty in this blank. And then at the gate, we're going to tell the buyer, these are the services that I will provide for you. The firm will assist you in locating the following real property. And we're going to describe the type and the location. Type. Is it residential? Is it commercial? Is it industrial? Is it a warehouse, agricultural? What type of real property are we searching for? And then location. The location is your parameters, your market. Where are you willing to go? It could be as large as the state of North Carolina. If you put North Carolina and services provided, then you need to be prepared to go anywhere in the state to show property, get familiar with the market, know how that part of the state works. Typically what we see in the real world is it might say the triad or the triangle, or maybe specific counties, Forsyth, Guilford, and surrounding counties, things like that. If you want to just stick to the city or the subdivision, or you could even do an exclusive buyer agency agreement just for one address. So if you wanted to create an exclusive agency relationship for 123 Main Street, then we could do so in the services provided. We're letting the buyer know the parameters that I'm willing to work. So while providing these services, the firm's going to represent the buyer as an exclusive agent, will act in the best interest of the buyer. Buyer agrees to cooperate with us with all of our contracts and offers, negotiations, inspections, etc. Firm may assign other agents to provide the services at any time. So if the buyer's agent you've been talking to goes to a different firm, then the firm has the right to reassign this buyer to another broker in the firm because the relationship is with the firm. And buyer understands that the firm may represent other buyers who may be shown the same property as buyers. So we're letting these buyers know, hey guys, this exclusivity is just a one-way street. The buyer's only dating one firm, but the firm is free to date as many buyers as they want and may even have multiple buyers interested in the same property. You and I know OCAR teaches us that we're in that situation. We're going to treat both buyers the same. We're going to treat them fairly. We're not going to pit the two against each other. The buyer's got some disclosures to make to me. Buyer has or has not signed a document with another firm. Buyer is or is not working with a relocation department. Or buyer has or has not received copies of our purchase contract, professional service disclosure, just various forms that we use throughout the transaction. Sample forms, like this buyer that's wanting to buy a house. I know eventually that when they find the one, we're going to write their offer up. And I know the contract I'm going to use to write their offer up. So when I meet them, I'm going to give them a blank sample copy of that contract so they can start looking over now. We can address any questions before we find the one, before we write up the real offer. So just some sample documents that we can provide the buyers to help educate them about the process. If you have not given them sample copy, then do not check that the buyer has received these copies. We're only acknowledging this if we provide them with those samples. There's a commission rule that says our written agency agreements must have 4 things. One of those things is we have to have a definite end date. So here's the term of our agreement. It's going to be effective when signed and will expire either when the buyer purchases or at 11:59 p.m. on this date. And we're going to put a specific date in. We will get to terminating agency today. That's on the docket. But we can see in looking at our agency agreement that that's pretty daggone specific, right? 11:59 p.m. At the stroke of midnight, that next day, at the stroke of midnight, if our agency agreement was up on 9/16, then at the stroke of midnight tonight, we're done. We no longer owe each other anything. We could agree to extend it, but we're not obligated to. So more on how these agency agreements end is coming today. And then we got to talk about the commission. Hear me, that the firm agrees to collect when we have done the job that the buyer hired us to do. The firm regulates how much commission we expect to collect. And we have to let the buyer know what we expect to be paid in helping you purchase this home. Maybe the buyer's paying me, maybe they're not. But either way, as a party to this agreement, they have the right to know how much I'm going to be paid when I do the job they've hired me to do. So you see here, we may have the option to collect a retainer fee. This would be up to your firm's policy. Your firm would have to have a policy allowing this. And think about like hiring an attorney, you pay them a retainer fee and they are yours. Kind of the same thing here. Some firms will collect a retainer fee up front, usually non-refundable, X amount. If the buyer buys, it's going to be credited towards our commission at closing. That's that much less commission I'll collect at closing. But if they don't buy, then we've gathered some money to help with, gas, wear and tear on the car, just the time I spent looking for properties. So again, it's up to your firm's policy. Please don't get too excited about this. It's not as commonly used as what we might think. But again, your firm very well may have a policy. And if so, they'll let you know specifically how to proceed. We could charge a fee. We could have a bonus. Maybe if you know your buyer's going to go new construction, and builders in the market are offering bonuses right now, for example. So if we think we might collect a bonus, or we could collect a flat fee, or any other thing that we agree to. We hit on this last week, and we're going to hit on it right now harder again. But last week we made the comment that there's a difference in when I've earned my commission versus when I actually get paid. And the agency agreement breaks that down for us. So it tells me under fees for services, earned, due, and payable, the fee in this section will be earned when the buyer enters into a written contract. So once I have connected the buyer and the seller, once I have put them under contract, technically speaking, I have earned my commission. I brokeraged the deal. I connected buyer and seller. But then it goes on to say the fee will be due and payable when the buyer closes or defaults on this contract. So guys, this paragraph is important. I earn my commission when buyer and seller go under contract. I don't get paid until it closes. I still have duties. I still have things to do from contract to closing. Question I typically get here is, well, what if the buyer terminates? What if the seller terminates? What if this doesn't close? And unfortunately, this is the dark side of real estate, because typically speaking, if it doesn't close, I don't get paid. This is sales. And in sales, in order to get paid, money has to change hands. So if the buyer doesn't pay the seller, money hasn't changed hands and we're not going to get paid. I get asked a lot, can we sue the buyer? The buyer terminates. Can we sue them for my commission? And the answer to that is, what's our favorite? It depends. Remember, y'all, please remember, it's not your agency agreement. It's not your commission. It's the firm's. So if this buyer terminates and they never close, whether or not we can go after them in a court of law is going to be up to your firm. Difference. And when my commission is earned, when I've earned my commission versus when it's due and payable. Do I have any questions on, where are we? 4A. Make a note, please. Buyer's agents in B here, we tell the seller, look, I'm sorry, we tell the buyer. We tell the buyer, I'm always going to ask the seller or the listing firm to pay me first. But if they don't, buyer understands that neither one of them have to, neither one of them have a priority. The only duty I have to my buyer in this is to seek compensation from the seller or the listing firm first. And please remember, the seller, the listing firm, they have every right to not pay me. That's a relationship between the listing firm and the seller. We will look at that agency agreement. We'll see the seller's agency agreement on Thursday. But that is the relationship between those two. They have every right in the world not to pay me. So if the seller or the listing firm's not going to pay me, guys, there's only two parties to the contract. buyer and seller. So if seller that side isn't going to pay me, then who's up? Who's the only other option I got? The buyer. So my duty to my buyer is to ask the seller first. You're going to get, again, training on this in your firms once you guys get there. But your firm very well may have you contact the listing agent, the listing broker, before the showing. So your buyer wants to see a property. We reach out to the listing broker and say, hey, I'm seeing your listing this afternoon. Are y'all offering compensation? And they'll say, yeah, we'll send you a form right now. Or they'll say, no. And if they say no, we need to go back to our buyer. Remember, as we discussed when we created agency, I asked the seller, they are not willing to pay my compensation. If you want to move forward with this property, remember what we agreed, I expect to get paid. We have to have these conversations about our compensation. We have to. Ain't nobody going to look after your money like you. Is that a pretty fair statement, right? So y'all make sure you're looking after your money. And then there's a protection period, and we see this in the listing agreement as well. I think it's more applicable in the listing agreement, but the protection period on both sides. If after X amount of days after this agency agreement expires, if the buyer buys a property that I introduced them to while we were still in agency, so we're in agency, remember, until 11:59 p.m. today. I show them a property yesterday. We expire today. The buyer goes under contract with that property tomorrow. I may still be entitled to a commission because I'm the one that introduced them to it while we were still in a relationship. So we need to agree on the number of days. Is it 7, 14, whatever, 3, whatever? This is, again, up to your firm. Your firm may have a policy on it. But this is doing exactly what it's saying. It's a protection period to protect my commission. Make a note for me. Last week, we introduced you guys to the protection agreement. And now we're talking about a protection period. Protection agreement and protection period are two different things. Last week with the protection agreement we used when working with a buyer that's interested in a for sale by owner. And now the FSBOs agreed to pay you. That's a protection agreement. In our agency agreements, we have a protection period, X amount of days after agency expires. Negotiable fee, additional compensation. We talked about some additional compensation. We have this duty to disclose bonuses, anything above and beyond what we expect to collect, what we've agreed to here, that we need to disclose. When it comes to additional compensation, the name of the game is disclose. So we want to make sure if you think you might get a bonus, again, you know your market. And if this buyer is interested in new construction, you know your new construction market. And you know if builders are offering a bonus right now. So being the expert of your market can help us agree to these things up front so we don't have to revisit them later. It's preferred that we not revisit them later. But remember, the name of the game is always disclose, disclose, disclose. I cannot make money without my principal being aware, without my principal knowing. Make a note, the bottom of page 1, we start talking about dual agency as is explained to the buyer. So we go over dual agency. We talk about the terms of dual agency. I think you guys should read this. Bottom of page 1, top of page 2. It's another way to expose us to dual agency. This is explaining dual agency as it relates to the buyer. What does this mean to the buyer? And then we have our authorization to do or not to do dual agency. So we got two different steps, two different tiers. First up, firm may not act as a dual agent or firm may act as a dual agent. Remember, dual agency is about the firm. So we have to have an agreement for the firm to do dual or not. If the firm may act as a dual agent, then we have additional information. If they say, nope, no dual agency, then we're done. If they do say yes, then we need to take it a step further. Buyer does not authorize the same agent to represent both buyer and seller in dual agency. Buyer does authorize the same agent or does not authorize the same agent to represent both. And buyer does not authorize the same agent to represent both and directs the firm to practice designated dual agency. If buyer directs firm to practice designated dual agency, then firm will practice it unless it is not allowed under NC law or buyer authorizes the firm in writing to practice dual agency only. So our agency agreements are really helpful when it comes to dual and designated. It gives us some verbiage. It gives us a little bit of words to put in our mouth, but it also gives us the conversation, the opportunity to look at the buyer and say, do you or do you not authorize dual agency? Sign one. And if they say yes, if the firm practices it, if the firm allows it, are we going to go on and offer designated? Remember, designated is not automatic. It needs to be added. Questions on authorization for dual agency, dual and designated? Uh-oh. Get on your phone if you need to. Where'd she go? She is. Okay. Yep, of course. We go on to talk to the buyer about material facts. We'll get to material facts on Friday. We're going to be dancing all around them, but we'll get to them on Friday. So whether we have dual agency or not, firm must disclose any material facts to all parties. There's two absolute words in that one sentence. This duty applies whether firm is the buyer's exclusive agent, a dual agent, including a designated dual agent, because we always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. I don't care what your role is. Buyer's agent, seller's agent, dual, designated, seller, subagent. We always have a duty to disclose. Surveillance, photography, and video. Buyer understands that there may be video, audio, etc. Federal and state laws prohibit the recording of oral communication without consent. Obviously, this is also discussed in our listing agreement. But the buyers need to know that when they go into somebody's home, there may be on video. Y'all, it's 2025. I need you to conduct your lives as if you're on video, because you know what? There's a really good chance that you are, including when you are showing somebody's home, when you're walking into somebody's home. Video is allowed, audio is not. With that being said, I don't trust all the sellers out there. Yeah, I just said that out loud. So I have a conversation with my buyer before we go in, before I show them the property, before we get on the front porch and the Ring doorbell picks up. And I say, guys, they should not have audio. But with that being said, I need you to please be careful what you say when we're in this house. I don't care their opinion, whatever. They walk in the door and they say, oh God, that's the tackiest carpet I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't care about that. That's their opinion and they're entitled to that. What I don't want is my buyers to walk in the front door and go, oh my God, this is the home that I've been searching for my entire life. I will do anything for this property. What's the seller sitting there listening to? What are they hearing? Money, money, money. There goes their negotiating power. So we have this conversation with our buyers. They should not have audio. But with that being said, let's wait until we get away from the house before we decide if you want to make an offer or not. Does that make sense to you guys? Again, I'm straight up. I don't trust all the sellers out there. So just make sure you're protecting your buyer. Remember, that's what this is about. This goes on to say that the buyer is welcome to take pictures and maybe video while they're touring the home, unless the seller specifically says not to. And with that being said, when the buyer's taking pictures and video of the property, it's of the space. You and I are with them in the showings to make sure that they're not honing in on the stuff. So if they're walking in the room, sometimes if you're out on a showing tour, maybe Saturday, you're going to take your buyers out, show them 10 properties. After a while, all 10 of those properties are going to run together. And the buyers aren't going to remember what kitchen was in what address, that kind of thing. So videos, pictures, notes, things like that can help them put it all together. But again, you and I are with them during the showings to make sure that they're not zooming in on, personal information, anything that they're, looking to look at. Again, we're having the conversation with our sellers about safety, about stuff, about privacy. All this comes up in our listing agreement as well, but just specific to buyers. Other professional advice. Pretty much from the time we go under contract, I'm going to help the buyer coordinate their inspections. So we're going to help the buyer coordinate the home inspection, for example, and possibly the pest inspection and radon and all these other tests that they may have. We're going to talk more about the process, the buyer's process. That's all coming. But it's important here that the buyer understands that while I can recommend services, I can't make you use anybody. So I'm just going to recommend services. And by the way, I'm not responsible for the services that I recommend. Ideally, we should be recommending services that we've had previous experience with. So you build relationships with home inspectors, you build rapport with, the surveyor, whatever. And once you guys get established, you're going to be able to look at a buyer and say, here's 2 or 3 home inspectors that I've used in the past. I'm making recommendations from personal experience. If you're brand new, check with your firm because they may have a preferred vendor list. So you may be able to say, here's a couple home inspectors that my firm has used until you meet your own, until you have your own established. Never look at a buyer and say, this is the home inspector you're using and you're going to like it. We got to give them choices. We're going to give them options. And please don't send your buyer to Google to find a home inspector. They can do that. They don't need you to do that. So this is why we're making these personal recommendations. Inspection costs. Unless otherwise agreed, buyer must pay for all inspections and costs and other professional services related to this term. Duty to pay will apply regardless if buyer closes or not. So once the home inspection has been performed, the buyer owes the home inspector, even if they don't buy. A lot of home inspectors will let buyers pay for the inspection at closing. A lot of inspectors, not just specific to home inspectors. We'll let the buyer pay at closing, but the buyer needs to understand if they don't close, if the service has been performed, they still owe that inspection. And by the way, some home inspectors are now starting to collect credit cards, have it on file, just in case that buyer doesn't close, they can still get paid for the inspection. And remember, anything's negotiable. So that's reminding us, unless otherwise agreed. So maybe the seller agrees to pay for some of the buyer's inspection costs or closing costs. That's all part of the terms of negotiation that we'll see in our sales contract. Confidentiality, the firm's not going to disclose the price or other terms of the offer by the buyer to a competing party without your express consent. However, the sellers aren't held to the same duties as confidentiality. Sellers aren't licensed. Sellers don't have to follow license law and commission rule. So sellers might disclose the terms of the buyer's offer. This is a good reason why we don't like sellers and buyers talking. We want communication to happen between the agents. But the buyer needs to know that only I am under the duty of license law and commission rule. The unlicensed seller is not. Wire fraud. Wire fraud's gotten really big, really fast, y'all, in real estate. You think about the millions of dollars that cross the table to buy homes, billions of dollars, I should say, crosses the table. And a lot of things are happening electronically right now, including wire transfer. So wire fraud is very super important. We need to have conversation with our buyers and sellers to protect them. And basically, what we're saying here is that my email is not secure. So if you get an email from me with wire transfer instructions, assume that I've been hacked, because I'm never going to email that confidential information. I'm not going to send it to you from the closing attorney. Instead, we need to tell our buyer to go old school, get off the email, go old school, pick up the phone and call the closing attorney and get the wire transfer instructions over the phone. And make sure that you're giving them the number to call. Don't have them call off of a number in the email, because now you got them calling the hackers. So you get the number, you hand them the number and say, call this attorney and discuss your wire transfer. And same thing with the sellers. The sellers may want their proceeds transferred to them. We just need to keep all this off of email. Many firms have a strict policy now that says if you forward an email to a client with wire transfer instructions, you're out. Strict. Which is why I can look at the buyer and say, if you got an email from me, I've been hacked. I know I wouldn't send it. I got a place here for additional terms. Where is it? Additional terms. Any other agreement we might have, any other thing we may have that's not spelled out here. Remember, this agreement is between the buyer and the firm. And as a broker of the firm, you have the ability to agree to additional terms. You still have to follow your firm's policy. So you may have various policies on commission or parameters, whatever that we're not agreeing to here, we can always fill that in on behalf of our firm, as long as we know that the firm's okay with this. I got boilerplate stuff. What happens if we have to terminate, attorney's fees, governing laws, etc. Just some common things that we can expect to see in any kind of agency agreement. Another must with our written agency agreements is we have to have the non-discrimination clause. So we're letting the buyer know in all caps that the firm's going to conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to the protected classes. So it actually goes on and spells out the protected classes as identified by Federal Fair Housing. We will get to Federal Fair Housing next unit, Unit 4. And then I got a place for 2 buyers to sign with their contact information, or 1 entity buyer. So if your buyer's an LLC or corporation, we have a special section for them. Somebody within the LLC has to have permission to sign on behalf of the LLC. So we're going to request their signature. Should you have more than 2 individual buyers or more than 1 entity buyer? We have a form for that. That's the old joke down at the commission. I got a form for that. And just FYI, it's called the additional signatures form. So it allows me to gather as many signatures as I need. The default is 2 and 1, as you can see here. But I have a form that allows me to get as many signatures as I need. All the people that are going to buy. And if we're getting a loan, the buyers or the lender's probably going to want their spouses to sign as well. So we may have to have conversations. And then the firm, the other party to the agreement is the firm. So we're going to list the name of the firm's license number, signed by you, signed by the individual agent acting on behalf of the firm, acting as a general agent to the firm. Another must, since you're the one signing this, we've got to include your license number. It's that 6-digit number you'll get that you're just going to go ahead and memorize. You need it everywhere you go. So just go ahead and memorize it along with your contact information. That's it. Exclusive buyer agency agreement. Questions, comments? So as a reminder, you guys have this in Google Drive, exclusive buyer agency agreement 201. It's the sample. And you guys have it in your Google Drive. Again, I encourage you as you're studying agency, all these different sources that you guys have, the agency agreements are another good source with particular attention on the highlights. We'll look at the listing agreement on Thursday. So we'll look at that one on Thursday. Anything on the buyer's agency agreement? So to wrap up buyers a little bit, remember when we're entering into an oral buyer agency agreement, the buyer and the firm agree to be non-exclusive. Oral buyer agency is non-exclusive, which means the buyer can date multiple firms. Who can remind me the duties that I owe my buyer in an oral buyer agency agreement? What duties do we owe the buyer in an oral buyer agency agreement? You can abbreviate, or if you want to unmute. Yep.
Honesty, fairness,
So I heard honesty, fairness.
and OCAR.
There it is. Y'all remember the trick. Take your fingers, squint your right eye, and cover up the word oral. What type of agency am I practicing? This is a buyer agency agreement. And in a buyer agency agreement, I owe them OCAR. Head bobs, everybody just heard me. It is buyer's agency. Don't let that word oral trip you up. We have created agency. It's an express agreement that has been created verbally, as long as the terms have been clearly stated. Any questions on that? So the latest we have to put our oral agreement in writing. Well, we know if I'm going to demand exclusivity, I have to put it in writing. If I'm going to stipulate a time period that we're going to work together, you're going to work with me for a day or a week or a month, whatever. If I'm going to put any time period on our relationship, then I have to put it in writing. Otherwise, we can have an oral buyer agency agreement up until a certain point. Who remembers what that certain point is?
When they make an offer.
There it is. Thank you, Joni. When we are presenting the offer on their behalf. Everybody listen to me. This is what your test likes to do to you. There's a difference in writing the offer for your behalf versus presenting the offer on your behalf. If I'm writing the offer for you, I'm filling in the blanks. How much do you want to offer? When do you want to close? I can write an offer for you under an oral agreement. I cannot present it. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. Here is an offer from my buyer. At that point, it has to be in writing. That's the latest we have to go under an oral agreement. I cannot present an offer on behalf of somebody without having a written agreement. And then this idea of dual agency, the buyer agrees to dual agency and then they later change their mind. What if, what if? Again, the answer to this is, what's our favorite? It depends. If we're in an oral agreement and the buyer has orally said no to dual, and then they change their mind, they can orally change their mind. As long as we haven't written it down yet, they can still orally change their mind. However, if the consent to do dual is in writing, they initialed that line that says we do not authorize dual agency, and then they change their mind, the only way we can change that is in writing. Basic contract law says the only reason, the only time we can change a written agreement is in writing. So it depends. Are we oral or are we already in writing? Questions? Let me say this as we're thinking of questions. With the exception of a few words here and there, for the most part, we're pretty much done with buyers. So this is going to wrap us up with buyers, working with buyers. Okay. How about we flip the coin? Let's work with some sellers. So working with sellers, we got some different listing agreements. We don't just have one listing agreement. We have several different types. So we're going to talk about the different types, put the emphasis on the one that we see the most common, the most commonly used one. We got to talk about something called the Sherman Antitrust Act. This explains how we discuss, how we have the conversation with sellers about our commission, how we expect to get paid. So we're going to help start putting those words in your mouth when we're looking at sellers. So working with sellers, I get asked all the time, do you prefer sellers or buyers? When I got into sales, I don't know, I was hungry. I'd work with anybody. I didn't care because I wanted, a commission check. You guys probably will start out similar, but in time, you might find, good morning, you might find that you gravitate more towards one or the other. In time, in your career, you might find a niche. Maybe you like new construction. Maybe you like first-time home buyers, senior sellers, right? Maybe you find a niche. What I recommend to you guys, being new, is going out there and working with whoever you can. And that's going to help you identify where you want to go, how you want to gravitate. So representing sellers just in general. And as mentioned, we have 4 different listing agreements that we're going to go over, that we're going to mention. And again, the one that we're going to spend the emphasis on. So the first type of listing agreement we have is an open listing agreement, also known as a non-exclusive listing. Non-exclusive. How many firms is the seller dating? They're out there playing the field, aren't they? We have not created a serious relationship. So the seller can hire multiple firms. So in an open listing agreement, the seller hires more than one, and the seller retains the right to sell it on their own. So if they're chit-chatting in the break room at work and they tell their coworker that their home is for sale, and the coworker says, oh my God, I've always wanted to live in your neighborhood, the seller has just sold the home and they retain the right to not pay any of us. And an open agreement, the only reason we're going to get paid is if you, listing firm, are the one that brings the buyers. If you don't bring the buyer, you don't get paid. How does this sound to you? Do we like this? All right, here's the good news. I have never in my 24 years seen one of these out in the wild, ever. Many MLSs do not allow these. These were a lot more popular pre-internet, pre-buyer's agency. Remember, before buyer's agency, you had to go from firm to firm to firm to see their inventory. So it might be that the seller hired multiple firms, knowing that the buyer had to go to them. Internet's changed things, buyer agency has changed things. And today, like I said, many MLSs do not allow these. I have a feeling some of them have to allow it because we're still talking about it for your exams. But once you get past your exam, there's a good chance that you won't have to worry about this again. Possibly if you're in a smaller market, that might be the only exception I can think. But if you're a Triad, Triangle, Charlotte, you're not going to see these again. So the open non-exclusive listing agreement is one type of agency agreement we can have with the seller. Another is an exclusive agency listing. Exclusivity tells me, now how many firms are we dealing with? Just one. All right, we're getting better, right? But with an exclusive agency listing, the seller's still competing with the firm. So if the seller is doing yard work on Saturday and somebody drives up and says, "Hey, I like your house, can I buy it?" The seller may have a case that they are the ones that sold the home. And if they are the ones that sold the home, they don't have to pay that one broker, that one firm. This could get sticky, couldn't it? Because the seller's going to say, I sold the home. And the agent's going to say, yeah, but the only reason they stopped and talked to you was because of my yard sign in your front yard. This could get pretty tricky, couldn't it? Remember, if two parties can't agree to agree, then the judge will decide for them. Again, you guys, we don't see these out in the wild much. They're allowed, but I've never seen one. Some firms may practice this, some firms may use this, but it's not a widely used agency agreement. So exclusive agency tells us that the seller is dating one firm, but the seller still retains the right to sell it on their own. So the one we like, the one that we use the most often, the only one that I've ever seen out in the wild is the exclusive right to sell. Exclusivity telling me how many firms? One. And guess what? Bless you. You are the only firm that has the right to sell it. Thus, I don't care where the buyer comes from. You bring the buyer, you get paid. Somebody else brings the buyer, you get paid. The seller brings the buyer, and oh, yes, you get paid. We are one firm that has the exclusive right to sell. We're not even competing with the seller. And this is the form that says, I get paid, I get paid, I get paid, no matter where the buyer comes from. We like that a little better, yes? Again, your firm may have a policy, which one you use, your market, wherever you're working may determine. The exclusive right to sell listing agreement, this is the one that we're going to look at on Thursday. So don't confuse. There's a difference in exclusive agency versus the exclusive right to sell. Exclusive agency means you are the only agency, but the seller retains the right to sell it. The exclusive right to sell says it's me, only me, and I'm the only one that has the right to sell. I'm the only one that is entitled to a compensation. The fourth type of agency agreement is called a net listing. These things are not illegal yet. I'm sure that's coming one day. Right now, it's just highly recommended that we don't use these. Your firm is not going to have a policy specifically about not using it, but it's more about the situation. So, how a net listing works, the seller looks at you and says, I have to make X amount. When I sell my home, the proceeds after I pay off all my liens and all my closing costs, after all that's taken about, I have to make $100,000. So you figure out the seller's $100,000 plus all their costs, any of their inspections or whatever it is, their closing costs, their liens, and let's say their whole debt, all their liens total $80,000. So I have 100 that I got to make for the seller. I have 80 that I got to have for their closing costs. I could list it for 180,000, depending if the market will support it. With a net listing, I'm saying, well, I see here all you need is 180, but the market stats tell me I can sell it for 250. So I'm going to sell yours for 180, and then I'm going to pocket the difference. What's that, $70,000? Is that fair to the seller? I mean, y'all remember, this is your principal. If I can make them 70,000 extra dollars, don't I have a happy principal? Don't I have a happy client? Net listings encourage abuse, fraud. They're not illegal yet. They're just highly recommended. And again, it's more the situation. Your firm will dictate your policy. Your firm will dictate how much they expect to collect when you sell this home, this property, and we will see that in our listing agreement. So net listings, no. Remember, agency isn't about you. If I can get my client more money, and think about it, y'all, if my commission is a percentage of the sales price, wouldn't I be making more money as well and feel good about myself at the end of the night, at the end of the day? Questions on the different types of listing agreements? All right, let's take our first break. When we come back, we'll keep working with sellers. Come back. So cameras are on. Right, taking attendance. All right, so different types of listing agreements. Again, firm could have policy, firm could tell you which one they want to use. From my personal experience, it's the exclusive right to sell that we've seen the most. And I mean, the commission agrees that is the most commonly used listing agreement. So that's the one. We'll probably start Thursday morning, kind of like we did today with an agency agreement. We'll start Thursday morning with our listing agreement and look at that relationship. There's also different types of firms out there. The traditional, if you will, is called a full service firm, where we offer all the duties. I'll put a sign in the yard, a lockbox on the front door. I'll show the property. I'll promote it. I'll market. I'll advertise it. I'll do an open house. I'm going to do all the duties to sell your home. There's also a newer platform coming out, and these are referred to as limited service agreements or limited service firms. Limited service firms. Note, we are limiting the services, not the duties. We still owe OCAR. We are just limiting what all it is I'm going to do for you. And often with these types of arrangements, it's almost like an a la carte service. You want me to put your property in the multiple listing services, that'll be X amount. You want me to do an open house, that'll be X amount. You want me to show it, that'll be X amount. All those services are going to be a la carte. So the seller kind of picks from a menu of items of what types of services they want. We're seeing this more and more, not so much with the one-time home seller, but we're seeing this a lot. For example, who might utilize this type of practice? You know, the investor that sells 8 to 14 homes a year. They know what they're doing. They just need me to put it in MLS. So for a small flat fee, I'll put your listing in. If you want me to do anything else, then we'll need to agree to that. We'll need to have that conversation. So it's all spelled out in that limited service agreement, exactly what is I'm going to do for you and what I'm going to charge you. Again, hear me, you guys. All we're doing is limiting the services. We still owe OCAR all the way. We're not limiting the duties that we owe, just the services. I'll share with you guys, I did as a buyer's agent. I had a buyer that purchased a property that was listed through a limited service firm. And all communication, all negotiation, everything I did was directly with the seller. To this day, I have yet to have any form of communication with the agent. Now, I have no doubt that the agent wasn't communicating directly with their seller. The seller was probably calling them and saying, hey, we got an offer. What do you think? I got a question. You know, they're still communicating because that's still OCAR. But evidently, this seller didn't select the service of communicating with the buyer's agent. And when we got to closing, we see they give us the breakdown of commissions. And when we got to closing, I received what my firm expected to collect when we worked with a buyer, and the listing side got like $450. So they were pretty much paid. Just put it in MLS, put a for sale sign in the front yard. I'll take care of it from here. Anybody is welcome to contact these services. We're just giving an example of the investor as an example who might be a good candidate, somebody that might be a good candidate to use. Same thing with buyers. When we're working with sellers, there's a difference in when I earn my commission versus when I get paid. So step one, how do we earn our commission? Well, always, I got to have that current and active license. If you're not current and active, this isn't an or. If you're not current and active, then you're not going to get paid. The firm has to be current and active as well. Also, to earn a commission, we have to have entered into that valid listing agreement. And then with that valid listing agreement, that kind of gives us, that's what referred to as procuring cause. My actions, may it be my marketing, my advertising, my open house, my sign in the front yard, my actions are the ones that brought us that ready, willing, and able buyer. So if there's any question about that procuring cause, that may go to your BIC with that, of course. But what we're saying here is my actions of the listing agent, my marketing, my advertising brought this buyer. I was the procuring cause. And then the last step, we have to have acceptance of offer. Again, I've earned my commission when I connect the buyer and the seller. I've earned my commission when I've brokeraged the deal and put them under contract. Same thing with the sellers. I don't get paid until it closes. And we will see that in our listing agreement on Thursday. So let's talk about your commission. Hard conversation about your commission. And this is so important, you guys. You may have remembered on day one, I mentioned the settlement with the National Association of Realtors. And I said, for now, that's noise. Y'all don't need to worry about it. And I'm still standing by that. Y'all don't need to worry about that settlement yet. But I'm going to tell you right now, a big part of that settlement was about our commission, how we address it, and how we talk to the consumer about it, to buyers and sellers about it. Even prior to the settlement, even before we knew NAR was going to be in a settlement, it's always, since the beginning of real estate, been the time that commission is determined by the firm. I'm going to say that again and hear me. Commission is determined by the firm. It is not determined by the local MLS or the North Carolina Real Estate Commission or the North Carolina Realtor Association. It's not determined by the National Association of Realtors. It always has been determined by the firm. I need you guys to be very, very careful when you're talking to sellers because words matter. You're with the seller, you're at a listing appointment. And the nature of the listing appointment says at some point in the conversation, your commission's going to come up. Maybe the seller asks you, maybe you bring it up. Because in order to protect your commission, we have to have the discussion. So one way or another, commission's going to come up. And the seller may look at you and say, how much do you charge? And I need you to be very careful about how you answer that. The correct answer is, my firm charges X amount. Never look at a seller and say, all of us charge the same thing, or all of us in Winston charge the same thing, or the Board of Realtors tells me what we charge. Your answer is always, my firm charges X amount. If you in any way give any implication that commission was set, that commission is determined by other brokers in the area, by what everybody else is doing, if you in any way engage in that conversation, you have participated in something called price fixing. Sherman's Antitrust Act is a consumer act. It's meant to prohibit monopolies. Sherman Antitrust Act says that all businesses should have equal playing field. That's how you create competition. Sherman's Antitrust Act isn't specific to real estate, but a piece of it, specifically the price fixing, is. And we cannot engage in that activity. Again, I need you to be very, very careful about what you say. I know a lot of times you guys come into this class and what you know is the average. Yes, we probably do have an average. There's only so many ways we can say what my commission is. But all of that should be determined by the firm's policy. So when you affiliate with your firm, that's part of your discussion that the firm will share with you. When we work with a seller, this is how much we expect to collect. When we work with a buyer, this is how much we expect to collect. Are we going to be in dual agency? This is how much we expect to collect. Are we going to be in single agency? The firm has policies. Do not engage in price fixing. Same thing with referral fees. The firm determines the referral fee. There is no set, there is no standard, there is no across the board. It is all up to the firm's policy. Do I have questions on price fixing? Price fixing is really bad. There's a class action lawsuit wrapping up in part because of this. When you get with your firms, they will let you know what they want to charge. They will help you have these conversations. Once you go through it a few times, you'll be an old hat at it. The other thing that Sherman gives us that applies specifically to real estate, we need to avoid group boycotting. And group boycotting is people coming together with the intention of driving somebody else out of business. Let's say, for example, your buyer has a poor home inspection. The guy's, he's grumpy. He gives us a poor report. It's just not a good day. Well, okay, maybe the guy had a bad day. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. Maybe he's just a bad home inspector. I can choose individually, I can choose not to recommend that home inspector to future buyers. Remember earlier we said, here's a list of 2 or 3 home inspectors I've used in the past. So I can choose to take that one home inspector off my list. If the buyer wants to use them, they're welcome to. It didn't come from my recommendation. What I can't do is go in the office and say, oh my God, y'all, this home inspector, awful. Let's all agree that none of us are ever going to use them again. That's group boycotting. I'm working against him, trying to get him or her out of business. And we can't do that. Y'all trust me. If this home inspector is bad enough, they will drive themselves out of business. They don't need your help. Sherman's Antitrust Act reminds us that words matter. Be very, very careful what you say. Also, with group boycotting, don't use things like discount brokers. Remember that limited service firm we just talked about? They may not be charging a full percentage. They might be doing a la carte. If you say discount broker, it's a negative connotation. But they're not discount brokers. They're still offering OCAR. It's just the seller selecting what services. But we don't want to be on any record of out there trying to talk bad or trying to get them out of the business. Avoid group boycotting. When it comes to the firm setting commission, the next question is, can the firm refuse to negotiate? Some firms will have a hard, this is what we charge, period, end of story. Other firms will give you wiggle room. They'll give you flexibility to negotiate your commission. Remember, it's all up to the firm. So as long as the firm is refusing to negotiate or the firm is saying what we're doing, then Sherman's Antitrust Act doesn't care. That's the one thing that they're about, is making sure that it stands within the firm. As soon as you start comparing yourself to other firms or what everybody else is doing, now you're getting into violations of Sherman Antitrust. So your firm will tell you, this is how much we expect to collect. Remember that listing appointment when the seller looked at you and said, how much are you going to charge me? And you tell them whatever your firm's policy is. My firm charges X amount. There's a good chance the next question that's going to fall out of the seller's mouth is that negotiable? And how you respond to that is up to your firm's policy. Maybe you have some wiggle room to negotiate your commission, maybe you don't. It's all going to be up to your firm's policy. Questions? So, talking about your commission, we're going to do some commission math. We're going to talk about how we can get you paid. We saw this when we first started into agency, but I like to bring it up here again too, because your commission math problems is where we really start seeing the selling firm versus the listing firm, the selling broker versus the listing broker. Remember, the ing is the activity, the ing is the verb. So if you're listing it, you're working with the seller. If you're selling it, you're selling it to your buyer. And we're going to start seeing this verbiage. We're going to see it in commission math in just a second. You'll see it on your practice problems. We're going to see this when we look at our contract. The contract identifies us as selling and listing. So we need to get familiar with this verbiage. I encourage you to, if you don't already have it jotted down, make a note of that ing. The ing is the verb, and that lets us know who you're working with, the seller or the buyer. So to do commission math, I'd like to introduce you to the commission map, MAP. Will you guys take a picture of this or jot it down if you can write super fast? Take a picture, jot it down, and then we're going to talk about what this means. And of course, we'll put this into practice. So the commission map allows us to see what's happening with the commission, what's happening with the money. I do recommend, as we're learning commission math, I do recommend that you use the commission map. Some questions are going to ask you about both sides. Some are just going to ask you about, for example, the selling broker. So we need the map to know how to get to all pieces. The map starts at the top, either with the total commission being paid or the sales price with a percentage of the commission being a percentage of the sales price. What did we say the word of means in a word problem? You guys can actually show me this. What did we say the word of means? Write that down for me, please. Of means multiply. So when we say that your commission is a percentage of the sales price, we know that we're going to be multiplying. All of these commission math problems are worded differently. So the way we get exposure to them, the way that we get good at them is by practicing and seeing the different ways they can be worded. So we're going to start at the top with either total commission or the information I need to get to the total commission, a percentage of the sales price. Then the problem will have to tell me a split between the sides. And guys, it's not always a 50-50 split. It could be a 50-50 split, but could also be a, 3% to one side, 2% to the other. The thing that we need, the trick that we need to see is that the selling side plus the listing side equals the total commission. The selling side plus the listing side equals the total commission. It's not always a 50-50 split. Your problem has to tell you. So now that we know the size split, then we can split that again between the firm and the broker. Again, the problem has to tell you because there's no standard. So the problem has to tell you this is what the firm is willing to pay their broker, for example. Maybe it's a 50-50 split. Maybe it's a 90-10 split. It doesn't matter. What matters is on the commission map is that what the firm gets plus the broker, the firm plus the broker equals the side. So the selling firm plus the selling broker, I don't care how the split is, will equal the selling side. The listing firm plus the listing broker will equal the listing side. And again, they're never going to leave you up to guess anything because there is no standards. The problems will have to tell you the splits. When you're working down the commission map, so for example, they give you total commission and or sales price. They give you the information you need, but the question wants to know how much is the listing broker going to get paid? So you're going to start at the top and work your way down. And when you're starting at the top and you're working your way down, the steps that you take to get there are multiply. So going from the top to the side, we're going to do some multiplication. Going from the side to the firm or the broker, we're going to be doing some multiplication. These are two-step problems. So again, using the map as a guide lets me see, well, I have commission. They want to know what the listing broker is going to get. You now know you're working down the map. So the steps you take to get there are to multiply. Just as a side note, you may see some problems in practice. I don't think you'll see it on your test, but you may see some problems in practice where it gives you the listing broker's commission and it wants to know the sales price. So now you're working up the map. And when you're working up the map, what's the opposite of multiply? Yeah, divide. So when you're working up, the steps you take to get there divide. What you guys can expect to see and where I want you to spend most of your time are these problems that we're working down. Yes, I can use the T-bar and we will. The T-bar doesn't really have a formula for this except for our basic T-bar 101, which tells us the part over the whole, the smaller number over the bigger number. And again, each time you come down a tier, we're going to use a different T-bar. Each time we come down a tier, we're going to do a different step, a different calculation. So everybody have this jotted down in front of you. Do I have any questions on the commission map so far? So let me get me a whiteboard here so you all can see. We're going to do one of these together. And then I got one for you guys to work on your own. And then of course we'll come back together. And then you got so much practice and learn, test, pass. And that is, I mean, that's all the math. That's the name of the game. It's practice, practice, practice. So let's look at one of these together. So we have, read first. I got a property listed for sale at $345,000. The purchase contract outlines a sales price of $340,000. Seller paid the listing brokerage 3% and agreed to pay the buyer's brokerage 3% commission. Listing broker splits the commission 50-50 with their brokerage. The selling broker splits commission 70-30. How much compensation did each broker earn? Before I begin, let me make a very important note here. When you guys see, they're going to give you this kind of verbiage for the firm and agent split. And when you guys see something like this, 70-30, the first number belongs to the broker. So when we're splitting the commission 70-30, you get 70% and your firm gets 30. The first number belongs to the broker. The second number belongs to the firm. So we've read the problem. And we're just going to kind of start mapping it out. I got a property listed at 345 and a sales price of 340. Which one of these am I going to use? Which one am I paid off of? The listing price? Shake your head, yes or no. Am I paid off of the listing price? No. Am I paid off of the sales price? Yes. So we haven't even started. And guess what? They've already given you a distractor. Y'all, they love to give distractors, especially in commission problems, which again is where I'm a big fan of the map. It helps keep me focused. So I got, starting at the top with a sales price of $345,000. I got the listing broker 3% and the buyer's broker 3%. So if you wanted to, you could calculate 6% and then split it. Or since I know the split between the sides, we could go ahead and do 3% to the selling firm, or the selling side, excuse me, and 3% to the listing side. If you happen to be a T-bar fan, we could use the T-bar to figure out each side's split. The rate or the percent always goes where? Yep, in the bottom right. So I know my 3% goes here. I'm solving for commission and I'm trying to find 3% of the sales price. I know I'm going to multiply, and the T-bar reinforces that. So if you're a fan of the T-bar, use the T-bar to help you multiply. If you don't need the T-bar here, that's fine. Just as long as we remember to multiply. So I take that sales price, 345,000, and I times it by 3%, and that lets me see how much each side is getting. The selling side will collect 10,350, and the listing side will collect 10,350. Any questions so far? Now that we know how much each side is getting, we have to go back to the problem to see how this side is going to split. So again, continuing my map, I know the selling side is going to split, and I know that the listing side is going to split. So let's start with the selling side. The problem tells me the selling broker splits commission 70-30. And again, when it comes to broker commission, the broker's number is first. So I got the firm is getting 30%, and I got you guys getting 70% of the firm's commission. Back to the problem, the listing broker split is 50-50. So 50 to the firm, 50% to the broker. Before we touch a calculator again, Do we have questions on the map, how we're splitting this up? Did I use the wrong one? No, sales price of 340. So yeah, I'm sorry. So what we list it for, I did. I did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I did that on purpose to see if you guys are paying attention. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. So 340 is the purchase or the sales price. So 340 times 3%. So now we're only collecting 10,200. Thank you. And then 10,000. Everybody good? We don't charge off of the listing price. We just charge off of the sales price. Yep. So now again, if we want to use some T-bars, whoever you want to, the question wants to know how much commission did the broker earn? With the map, you could populate the whole thing, but quite frankly, all I care about is each broker. So you could figure out the firm side if you want to, but remember your clock is ticking on your test. So again, staying focused on what that problem is asking you to save yourself some time instead of running down these rabbit holes to figure out how much the firm's going to collect. So now we just need a couple T-bars here or some more multiplication. And again, the part over the whole. Now we're trying to solve for the commission of the broker. So now the number that goes, we've come down a tier. So now we're going to figure out how much the broker gets of the firm's commission. The firm has collected 10,200. They will get 50% of that, the listing side. So we're multiplying. We're saying 10,200 times 50% means that this broker is going to get 5,100. And we can do that same exercise, a different T-bar. And we can do that same exercise for the selling broker. And they're going to get 70%, which is 7,140. So again, just working down those tiers, focusing on what the problem is asking you, not running down the rabbit hole of solving for everything if you don't have to, because your clock's a ticking. But just focusing on, in this case, they want to know about each broker. So we figured the listing firm will get the listing broker will get 5,100 and the selling broker will get 7,140. Questions on the math. I have something to say about the splits because I feel that's where the questions are. And I will talk about the splits in a second, but let's address the math while we're here. Questions on the math. So the splits, all firms are different. What they collect from the consumer, what they charge the consumer to do the job, and then how they split their commission with you. Before you jump ship from the listing firm to the selling firm, though, because I'm going to make more money here. The higher the split with the firm, the less you get. So those of you on a 70% split, you may not be getting business cards or yard signs, for example. If you're on a 50-50 split, maybe the firm will provide some of these things. Some firms offer 100%. They'll give the broker the total commission, usually minus some kind of transaction fee, flat fee per transaction. But if you're on a 100% split, you're paying for everything. You're paying for your signs and your lock boxes, and the firm may not provide color copies, things like that. If you're on a 70 split or a 50-50 split, the firm will probably be providing more. So this takes us back to You guys, please make sure you're shopping around. Please make sure you talk to a couple of different firms because you need to have something to compare and contrast. Yes, you're going to put more money in your pocket if you're the buyer's agent, the selling agent. But the question is, what other expenses or dues you may have to pay? And that's why I want you guys shopping around, talking to those different firms before you affiliate. Ross, did you have a question? Hello.
No.
No? Okay. Questions on the math. Can I erase? Speak now. Okay. All right. So that's a lot of fun. By the way, you guys, yes, both of your exams, you get to use scratch paper. And I highly recommend that you use scratch paper for things like drawing out the commission map. Okay. All right. I can't have all the fun. So here's one for you guys. Take a few minutes with it. And of course, we will come back together if I can get my PowerPoint to work. There it is. We will come back together and discuss. So here it is. Take a few minutes, map it out, and then and if you want to tell me in the chat your answer, you're welcome to. For what it's worth, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far in the chat. Still liking what I'm seeing in the chat. All right, let's see what we got here. First off, just read. Just read. Licensee listed a property for 275. Buyer and seller agreed to a sales price of 280,000. Seller agreed to pay 3% commission to the selling firm. How much will the selling agent receive with that 70-30 commission split? So we start at the top with the sales price or the total commission. Let's get it right this time, Julie. So the sales price is 280. Listing price is going to be a distraction. There's a huge difference in what I put it on the market for sale for versus what it actually closes for. And I'm paid off of the sales price. I know with this problem, all I care about and all I have the information for is the selling side. So the selling side is going to get 3% of the sales price. So again, whether you want to use a T-bar, you just know to multiply however you see it, 3% of the sales price. So if I take my sales price of 280 times 3%, I get the firm, the side, collecting 8,400. Questions on how we got this? So closing happened. You went to closing today. You and your buyers went to closing today and they bought that house. Yay. When it records, and we're going to discuss this entire process, I promise, but when it records, you're going to get notification from the closing attorney that we are on record. And that's how you know it's time to go get your check. We can give buyers keys. We can get check. Things are happening now. More to come on that. So you get notice from the attorney that the firm's check is ready. You're going to pick up or they're going to mail it, whichever, a check made out to the firm for $8,400. Is everybody good with that? Do I have questions on that? So you take the firm's check to them or they mail it and they open it in the mail. The firm deposits the 8,400. The firm then pays their bills, which includes paying you. So of that 8,400, I don't even care what the firm's going to get. Of that 8,400, the question wants to know what will the selling agent receive with a 70-30 split. The first number belongs to the broker. So the broker is going to get 70% of the firm's commission, 70% of the side. So again, we multiply. T-bar if you want. We take 8,400 times 70% to learn that your direct deposit, most firms are doing direct deposit, you're going to log into your bank account one morning and you're going to have an extra $5,880 sitting there. Y'all smile. I love those smiles. We like that money, don't we? Especially that money with commas in it. Dang it, I like commas, you know? So your piece in working with this buyer, you will have, most firms are doing direct deposit, $5,880. Remember, you guys, Uncle Sam wants a portion of this to be charged quarterly or at the end of the year. You have dues, you have membership dues, you have advertising, and you still have to pay you, the individual, the person. Your business has to pay its employee, which is you. So I'll say it again. If you've not been an independent contractor, even if you have, at least your first year in sales, I highly recommend you talk to an accountant that can help you learn how to manage this $5,880 so you can pay taxes at the end of the year, you can pay your marketing and advertising, and you can pay yourself. So I do recommend you guys talk to an accountant, one that is familiar with real estate, or at least independent contractors, and how you can divvy this up. Questions on how we got B or 2? Can I erase? Plenty of practice and learn, test, pass. Make sure you're utilizing that. I've said it a couple times. I need you to hear me say it. The authors of Learn, Test, Pass are the authors of your end of class exam. So doing the practice questions in Learn, Test, Pass is getting you familiar with the verbiage that you can expect to see, the different ways you can expect to see these properties listed. I don't know why I can't do this. Questions? The commission map allows us to calculate commission, mostly for residential agents when you're working in residential sales. There's a different way to calculate commission if you're in commercial sales, and we'll look at that in just a minute. But I do think I want to go ahead and take a break now just to kind of give our brains a pause. So let's go ahead and take 10, and we come back, we're going to figure out commercial commission. that. Cameras are popping on. Hello. Hello, hello. And I am taking attendance. And let's talk about another way that commission could be paid. So what we looked at before break with the commission map is residential. Please make a note of that for me. This is typically, remember all firms are different, but this is typically how we can see things done residential. We have another type of way commission can be paid, and where we most commonly see this is with sales. It's called graduated commission. So residential sales typically uses the commission map. Commercial commission is about graduated commission. We don't really have a formula for it. So how we learn graduated commission, y'all hold your noses. I'm getting ready to throw you into the deep end. Everybody ready? We're just going to do it. So let's look at a problem together. Let's work it through together. And then, of course, we should have an example for you guys. So I got a commercial property that sells for 8.5 million. Seller agrees to pay 5% on the first 2 million, 3% on the next 2 million, and 2% on the remainder. How much commission does the listing firm earn when they sell this commercial property? So the way graduated commission works is we start with the sales price. So in this case, I have a sales price of 8.5. We're in a different world now, aren't we? From residential to commercial. So we start with the sales price. And then we need to back out. We need to graduate and back out. So the problem tells me that we're going to get 5% on the first 2 million. So let's back out 2 million. We are going to get 3% on the next 2 million. So again, we're going to back that out. And then we get 2% on the remainder. So to figure out the remainder is why we did the backing out. So if you have 8.5 million minus 200, we are left with 876, what, 4.5? Is that what y'all are getting? I hate doing math in my head. I don't trust me. Here it is. So yeah, 4.5. Questions so far on what we did. We just figured out, we just kind of gave the tiers and we figured out the remainder. We figured out what was left once we backed out the first 2 million and the next 2 million. And I have a remainder of 4.5. So now we go back to the problem, and the problem tells me we're going to get 5% on the first 2 million. We're going to get 3% on the next 2. And then we're going to get 2% on the any amount over that. So now we need to take 2 million times 5% to get 10,000. We take 2 million times 3%, probably get 6,000 or 60. And then we're going to take 2.5% on 4.5 to get 112. Yeah. Right. And then we just add. So we would add up 90 million. Look at you guys go. We'd add up 90 million plus 60 or listen at me. 10,000, easy, plus 60,000 plus 90,000 gives us the total commission that the firm is going to collect, which is 160. Is this what we're getting? Let's see where we are. Hang on.
You're wrong on the first one. Should be
I'm
100.
wrong on the first one. I knew I was wrong somewhere. Okay, so I'm wrong on the first one. So the 2 million times 5%. Haha. That's where my money is. Thank you. Sorry about that,
It's
you guys.
missing a 0.
Yep, I'm just missing a 0. So let's give me another 0 here. Thank you guys. Okay. I'm trying to get y'all some more money. Okay. So when you do your math right, you get 5% of 2 million, 3% of 2, and then 2% of 4.5. Add it all up, and we have the firm being paid $250,000. So in this case, the answer is C, or 3. This is what the firm gets. So the problem may go on and ask you about the split. And again, it would have to tell you the firm expects to collect, what the split is between the firm and the broker, the 70-30 or whatever, for example. But the firm in this case would collect $250,000, yep, for their commission. The trick here is to back out those amounts as you get to them. Yep. Thank you, guys. To back out those amounts as you get to them and see that tier. And that's what we mean by the graduated. Questions on the math? And again, let me say something. Some of you right now are looking at the numbers in front of you going, dang, I'm going to get into commercial. And I hear you. We need some commercial agents. But what I need you to understand, y'all, in a residential transaction, I can have you under contract and closed within like 45 days. In commercial, it may take us 3 to 5 years to close. It's a longer process. Commercial is a totally different beast. It's different. So you're more involved, you're more engaged, you're doing more as a commercial agent. And you got to think the sales price on commercial properties are a lot more oftentimes than homes. I mean, Winston-Salem is lovely, but to my knowledge, I've never heard of an $8.5 million home in Winston. There's some expensive ones, there's some nice ones, but I've not seen that. Questions on graduated commission? Can I erase? Okay. So we just did a couple. Type down, here's the, I would think, I would expect some commission on your test. May that be residential or the commission map or graduated commission. Most of your practice, most of your emphasis is going to be on the residential. But the other thing I have to say about this, you guys, when you get out in the real world, know how to calculate your commission. Your firm may have some fees. Maybe there's a transaction fee. Maybe there's a franchise fee if you're with a brand or something like that. So there's going to be some other fees. Again, shop around so you can compare the firms. But once you affiliate, I want you guys to go ahead and know how to calculate your commission because you need to verify it. For the most part, your admin will be the one that's handling that. But as awesome as your admin is, sometimes they make mistakes. So you need to be able to know how to calculate your commission just so you can verify it. Again, nobody is going to look after your money like you. So take the time to learn. And I used to tell my new agents, if you want some free piece of advice for the day, I used to tell my agents, y'all tell me all the time that you're bad at math. But let me tell you something. When it comes to calculating your commission, Y'all are on point. So what you may want to do is figure out how much you're going to get paid for $100,000 home. Use 100,000 as your basis. And when a buyer calls you and says, "Hey, I'm interested in this 200,000," you know you can have what you calculate and kind of double that. You can get an idea in your head what you're going to make before you ever proceed. But again, just verify your commission, make sure that it's accurate. And don't forget, when it comes to commission math, may that be MAP or graduated commission, Learn, Test, Pass is your source. So make sure you're utilizing that. Questions on commission math? Next section, we're still with sellers. We're still working with sellers. But now we're going to talk about the information that I need to list the property. So we've gotten the listing, and now we need to figure out what we need, how we're going to gather that. The seller can help us. The seller can help us sell their home. So we're going to talk about how they can get involved. And then the other piece of this section, in addition to figuring out my commission, it's also important that we know how much the seller's going to get when they sell. And that's referred to seller net. Remember our lien priority? All those people standing in line with their hands out. So we pay off all the lien holders. The seller pays their closing costs. They pay commission. They pay everything revolved around the sale. And the very last person in line is the seller. They get everything after everybody else has been paid, and that's what we refer to as seller net. So we need to have this conversation with the sellers. They may even ask you during the listing appointment. I mean, what do you guys think? Is that a fair question? If I sell your home, or if you sell my home for X amount, how much am I gonna get? Do you think we hear that from sellers? All the time, because ultimately that's what they care about, is their seller net. So we're going to talk about how we can calculate that in this section as well. Before we get there though, let's get ready for that listing appointment. Listing appointments tend to work a couple different ways. Sometimes you know going into it that you have the listing. Sometimes sellers will do what's referred to as a competitive listing appointment, in which case they're talking to multiple agents. Maybe you know you're competing for a listing, maybe you don't. What I suggest to you is you take your A game every single time as a better chance to get that listing. So we're going to talk about some things that we need to gather, some things that we need to do. But before we get into this, who can remind me what's the one thing I need to do before we get too far into this conversation? Before we start sharing information or get too far involved? What's the one thing I need to do with this? Say it.
The contract, but I can't remember what it's called.
Not a contract.
Oh, the agreement. I'm sorry, the agreement.
Not an agreement. It is here it is in the chat. It is the disclosure, specifically our working with real estate agent disclosure. I've got to disclose to the seller my agency status. I got to tell the seller, if I'm in a competitive listing appointment, I'm here today to do my little dog and pony dance to try to sell myself. I may get a call at the end of the week whether or not I got the listing or not. But I'm here today, and at some point today, the conversation of price, term, or motive is going to come up. So when you walk in the front door, y'all, the first thing the seller is going to want to do is give you the grand tour. This is their home, and they are proud, and they want to give you the grand tour. You, the professional in this transaction, need to slow that down, and you need to look at that seller, and you need to say, I cannot wait to see your home. But before we do that, we have a couple things that we need to talk about. Can we sit at the kitchen table or I don't care where you sit, the living room, I don't care where you sit. But we've got to be in control of that conversation because we know that first substantial contact is bound to come up. So in preparing for the listing meeting, if we haven't done our working with real estate agent disclosure by the time we get there, then we need to do it first. But in still preparing for the listing meeting, particularly if we know we have the listing, first off, we can ask the seller to help us gather some stuff and some things that the seller can help us gather. They may or may not still have a copy of their current deed. If they do, I'd like to see that because I want to make sure that the deed that they have matches the deed that I found on public records. I'm doing my own research, but I need to make sure that our data, our information matches. If the deeds differ, then we just need to address it. We need to ask some questions and we need to get to the bottom of it. Ask the seller if they have a copy of the survey from when they purchased. We're not going to give this to a buyer. This is the seller's property. Even if we do give it to a buyer, remember, we're still encouraging buyers to have their own survey done. The reason I'm asking for it in preparation of the listing is to help me identify the property lines. Are there any easements? Where are the easements on the property? Is there a flood hazard or a flood zone, for example? By me seeing the survey, if they have it, it helps me better identify and market the property. If the property's in an HOA, we're going to ask the seller, do you have copies of the covenants? What are your current dues? Do you have bylaws, articles of incorporations, etc.? Trying to get this information up front because a good buyer's agent is going to ask for it. So if we're in an HOA, we know it's coming. Let's go ahead and have the seller. And if they don't have it, then we could just ask them to please reach out to the HOA, or maybe I can, and get copies of that. Some HOAs will talk to the brokers, others won't. So we may have to have the seller involved in gathering, getting HOA information. And then we also want the seller to get an approximate balance, their approximate mortgage statement. I'm not looking for what they owe to the penny, but I am looking for approximate balances. I want to see those outstanding liens. I want to know about what you owe. Part of your preparation that we'll talk about, part of your preparation for the listing appointment is to determine about what you can sell their home for. I've done my market data, I've done my reports, and I can see about what I sell your home for. When I'm meeting with the sellers, part of our meeting is to figure out how their goals can match with my market data, with my study. And if I ask the seller, I know going into this what I think I can sell your home for. And if I ask the seller, what are your outstanding balances? And they start rattling off all these numbers and they add up and they get close to or more than what I can sell your home for, then we have to stop because we could be dealing with a potential foreclosure. We could be dealing with a potential short sale. If the seller is underwater, it means that they owe more than what I can sell their home for. And if the seller has to pay, if the seller's underwater, we need to have these conversations up front to make sure the seller has money to bring to closing. Now, I get it. For the most cases, we've just met the seller for the first time. And it could be a little uncomfortable, couldn't it? I just met you. Hi, my name is Julie. Hey, what kind of debt do you have on this house? What do you owe? That could be a little uncomfortable, right? But here's the deal, guys. We have two choices. We either have the hard, uncomfortable situation up front and discover if we have an issue, or we wait until the day before closing, call the seller and say, you have to bring X amount tomorrow. And if the seller says, I don't have that kind of money, game over. And you've done all that work for absolutely nothing. They can't convey if they can't pay off their debt, if they can't pay off their liens. So have the hard conversation up front. Have the conversation before you guys get too far, so we know where we're going to wind up at closing. Some sellers have to pay to sell. Sometimes they, whatever reason, life happens. I bought a house last year, for example. I didn't, but seller may say I bought a house last year and this was going to be my forever home, but we got pregnant again, we got divorced, somebody passed away, we lost a job, right? A lot of things happen, and it might be that they're underwater because they only own for a year, for example. Maybe they took out a second mortgage, third mortgage, maybe they have a line of credit. These are the things that we need to get to the bottom of pretty early. So asking the seller to help us by providing us some information to help us know how to proceed. Again, it should be a joint effort, and the seller absolutely can be involved in helping us sell their home. Still assuming I know I have the listing, at some point I'm going to want to do a walkthrough with the seller to identify information so I know how to list the property. Remember, you guys, we always have a duty to disclose material facts. North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. Who remembers what caveat emptor means? I can see your mouth move. Who remembers what caveat emptor means? Buyer beware. In North Carolina, the seller doesn't have to disclose much, but the broker has to disclose everything. Do we think it's important we have this conversation with the seller before they start going around the home pointing out all the problems? This is broke and that's not working and that leaks and that's never worked since I've lived here. We need to set the expectation before we start walking around the property with the seller. This is another reason why we're in control of this listing appointment, why we're going to sit down and have these conversations before I get the grand tour. Have these conversations. Let the seller know. You don't have to disclose, but I do. So if you don't know you have the listing, the seller may not want to share much with you yet. But either way, they need to know going into it. It's only fair. They need to know going into it that I have a duty to disclose. So make sure you're taking the time to explain, or working with real estate agency with the sellers, and to explain your duty to disclose before you start uncovering all these material facts. If some things are broke, I don't need the seller to tell me. If the light fixture is busted or if there's a crack in the window or something, I don't need a seller to tell me that. I can see that. But I do need to let the seller know that I have that duty to disclose material facts. So we're going through the property with the seller, trying to get some information. Not just any listing info, but we need accurate listing information. Our MLSs give us input sheets or checklists that we can take with us or pull up on your phone as you're going through the home to know what information it is that we're going to market. How are we going to market and advertise? We can use words to paint pictures. We can use, various things to help describe the property. But it all starts with accurate listing information. Okay. Yep. What are the features of the property? I always used to ask sellers. Part of my thing when I was with sellers and the walkthrough, I'd look at a seller and I'd say, what was it about this home that made you decide to buy? Because could that not be what makes the next buyer decides to buy? Oh, we envisioned ourselves on this lovely back patio having our morning coffee. Well, if that's what got them to buy, then I'm going to use that in my marketing. What's your favorite room? What's your favorite part of the house? It's not all doom and gloom. It's not all the problems and the material facts. What are the positive features of it as well? As we go from room to room, we're going to ask, are all the kitchen appliances that are going to stay in good working order? Is the HVAC system in good working order? Do you have any issues with the fuse box? We have to ask questions as we're going through, as we're doing this walkthrough with the seller. We also want to identify any fixtures that the seller wants to take or any personal property that the seller is willing to leave. So we have to have the conversation about fixtures. We have a fixture list in our listing agreement. So we can hand that to the seller and say, unless you tell me otherwise, the things on this list are going to stay. Personal property. Seller may say, we're more than happy to leave the fridge with an acceptable offer, for example. Okay, I need to know what fixtures the seller is going to take and what personal property they may be willing to negotiate. And remember, you guys, even though the seller's willing to leave the refrigerator, that doesn't mean the buyer wants it. So if the buyer doesn't ask for it in the offer, then the seller needs to know that they need to do something to do with that. Eli, I'm so sorry. Is that a question? I apologize.
It is, yeah. I've had a few, but it's a little difficult to ask when you're. But anyways, I was just curious, like if they don't disclose, let's say like, okay, the water heater only holds so much water, and they don't disclose that in the effort to, and you don't know that information, but so you don't tell the buyer, or how does that? Is there like that doesn't seem super ethical.
I That's a great question, Eli. I can only share what I know.
Okay.
So if I know the information on the water heater, I can share that. The buyer should be encouraged to have a home inspection in which
Okay.
the home inspector will check out the water heater and probably even tell them how many gallons it is. But a good rule of thumb is I can only disclose what I know. And so in asking these questions and going through with the seller, that's going to help me identify the things to disclose. As far as the capacity of the water heater, that may or may not be a material fact. If the water heater's not working, that is a material fact. We're looking for those defects, for those
So
issues.
should you ask the seller or plead ignorance?
Yes, no, never ignorance. We're going through the home with the seller, performing a walkthrough and asking questions as we go. Does your water heater work? Does your HVAC work? Any problems with this, issues with that?
Okay, thank you.
We're going to ask the sellers, have you done any recent repairs? Have you made any recent improvements? And again, you guys, I'm using my senses. I'm smelling, I'm looking, I'm seeing, I'm looking around when I walk into a room. I can smell a fresh coat of paint. I can tell when a room's been added to the back of the house. So we're going to ask about repairs, look for signs of repairs and improvements and ask, hey, when y'all finished the room in the back of the house, did y'all pull permits? Is this permitted space or unpermitted space? And then as mentioned, we're going to tell the seller up front, be very clear, set that expectation up front. I have to disclose material facts. You do not, seller, but I do. That's the difference in being a licensee versus being a consumer. The consumer doesn't have to disclose much. The licensee does. So just giving us an idea. And again, you guys, I don't want you to, this is big picture stuff right now. When you get in your firm, you'll get checklists, you'll get specifics, you'll get the details. This is just hopefully giving us an idea of what we're doing to get ready for this listing. Questions? Also with the seller, I can make recommendations on how I can help them get the most money. I can make recommendations. It's up to the seller whether or not they choose to take on any of those recommendations. I can tell them, if you put money into your front yard, you'll have better curb appeal. That landscape will be better, neat, trim, and clean. It'll sell better. What the seller does with that information, all I'm doing is making recommendations. So if you're about to list this home, you walk into this living room, be reasonable. Remember, this is still somebody's home. But what recommendations might you make to this seller to help them get the most money from the sale? What or be some things you might suggest? Somebody's saying remove the junk. We got some clutter. Clutter's a better word than junk, right? So I would tell the seller, can we declutter? Can we take down some of the personal effects, y'all? My job as a broker, I sell space, not stuff. And if there's so much stuff, it's hard to see the space. So declutter, getting rid of some stuff to open it up, to allow to see the space. Everybody's all about the clutter. I hear you. There we go. I was waiting for that one. What about the peaches and cream walls? That's not everybody's taste, right? So maybe recommend painting to a neutral color. Again, maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's all about the perception of the buyer, how the buyer sees it. So if we can get them to see a space, a clean space with lots of light, what do y'all think of the differences? We got rid of some stuff. We got rid of some furniture. They're moving anyway, right? So let's go ahead and pack some stuff up. Get what are those pods called or whatever? Start moving stuff. Slap on a new coat of paint, pull up that carpet. There's really not a lot of work that went into the difference in the pictures on the left and the right. But we can see just how much it's like a clean slate. It's easier for a buyer to picture themselves living here when they have that neutral, when they have that clean slate. I also tell my sellers to depersonalize. I don't want pictures, of the family vacations, the kids, stuff like that. Because it's really hard for a buyer to imagine themselves living there when they're looking at pictures of your family. So to protect our kids too, y'all. So get them to depersonalize. Again, they got to move anyway. So if they haven't started packing some stuff up, this could be a great time. Somebody said fix any broken lights. There you go. So if you have any burnout light bulbs, that'll help brighten it up. Make sure the windows are not covered. That's right. We want to get it as bright and light as possible. So again, it's okay to make suggestions. You may form a relationship with a staging company that can help you stage the property. So there's some options out there to make it more sellable, to make it look like a better product on the market. Can I present a different image online? The question comes in, AI makes it look better. We do have programs these days called virtual staging. So if you have like a vacant room, you can virtually stage it, but you have to, or you should, it's recommended that you identify this is virtual staging. So the buyer's not going in looking for that stuff. But yeah, there's programs out there that we can use to, what if a couch was here? What if a, table was there? Oh my gosh. Somebody that's got sales experience from a previous state said they had a showing once. The seller was present. That's always fun when the seller insists on staying. But you know what? It's their house. I can't make anybody leave their house, can I? So the seller might want to stay. And in this case, the seller was smoking in the home with the pregnant buyer. You think the buyer bought that home? I tell you, not much makes a buyer turn around, and walk out of a home faster than when they walk in the front door. So maybe we need to air it out. Maybe we need to clean it up. Absolutely. Somebody asked about cosmetics. Again, if I can neutralize it, if there's wallpaper all over the place, so your wallpaper taste isn't everybody's wallpaper taste. So maybe if we can neutralize that. Buyers sometimes ask for cosmetic repair. Sellers often aren't going to go for that. Seller may be willing to help with, the major components of the home, plumbing, for example. But as far as cosmetics, personal preferences, buyers need to put their own flair on it when they buy, usually. You know what? Anything's negotiable. So, as a buyer's agent, I'm going to ask. The worst the seller can say is no. Still learning stuff, guys. The listing agent's job, a big part of my job is done before you ever see a home for sale online. So we're doing a lot of research, we're gathering a lot of information, and we're asking the sellers questions. So we got to ask the seller about any recent changes. We talked about finishing the unfinished room or any changes to the property, but what about any recent changes around the property? Is NCDOT sending letters out saying they need to widen the road? Is there a proposed zoning amendment on the table? Are there proposed rule changes with the HOA? It's not just about the property. It's about the things about the property. We can ask the seller. Of course, we talked about permits. If we are asking questions about improved space, any work they've done on the property, did they have any permits pulled? Kind of a crappy topic, I know, but we need to ask the seller about any septic information. It could be on a public sewer, in which case that's handled by the city, flows out into the city. The property could also be in an on-site septic. The property has its own septic system. We need to know this before we list it. If it is public sewer, we will advertise it as such. If it's an on-site septic, then we need to work with the seller to get the septic permit. The septic permit is going to give us the information about that on-site septic system. Particularly, it's going to tell us where it is. It's going to tell us the location. And it's also going to tell us the capacity. The septic permit gives us the capacity and the number of bedrooms. So the permit will say this septic supports 3 bedrooms, for example. The rule of thumb, when it comes to bedrooms, we can allow 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. So if the permit tells you that it is for a 3-bedroom home, everybody show me how many people will this on-site septic system support? It'll support 6 people living there. If you have more than 6 people living there, you could be in danger of over-utilizing the on-site septic system. It could back up, which is not good. So 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. Listing agents, this is why this is important. We cannot list a property for sale when it's on an on-site septic. I cannot list the property based on the number of bedrooms it has. I have to list it for sale based on how many bedrooms the septic system tells me it will support. There's been so many times I've been out showing property and it tells us it's a 3-bedroom home. And we get into the 4th room that they call an office or a bonus room. And my buyers look at me and say, why isn't this a 4th bedroom? This would be a perfectly good fourth bedroom. And the reason it's an office and not a bedroom is because the septic permit says 3. So listing agents, before you list, because you got to know how many bedrooms to advertise. Before we list, we have to get our hands on the septic permit so we can properly advertise the number of bedrooms. Septic permits come from that county's health department. So whatever county the property is located in, that health department will issue and update and redo septic permits. We've got to get that information.
So what if the home doesn't have a septic permit? Like it was like built in the old.
If the sellers don't have one, Joni, then we need to try to get with them. Maybe the county will talk to me, but maybe the county will need to talk to the seller. But between the two of us, we need to go to the health department, go to that county, and try to get that permit. They probably have it on record, on file. If not, then maybe the seller, we maybe need to get somebody out. You know what I'm saying? But if they don't have one, then we need to investigate the two of us together to make sure that we can get one.
Okay.
And y'all, if you're standing in a 4-bedroom home, but the septic permit says 3, do not advertise a 4-bedroom home. You do a 3-bedroom with a bonus or a 3-bedroom with an office. By the way, it's the number of bedrooms and not bathrooms because it's referring to all of the water that leaves the home, not just bathroom water. So there's bathroom water, there's kitchen sink water, there's dishwater water, there's washing machine water, right? All the water that leaves the home is running through that on-site septic system. We're going to talk to the seller about my marketing plan. What am I going to do to sell your home? Y'all don't look at sellers and say, if you hire me, I'm going to put your listing in MLS. Because you know what every single agent across the country does with a new listing? They put it in MLS. What else are you going to do? What else are you going to do to market and advertise? Are you going to do an open house? Are you going to have a broker open? Are you going to do flyers? Are you going to do mailings? What is your marketing plan? And again, your firm, you don't have to come up with this today, but your firm will get with you and help you come up with a good strategy. You know, this is what I'm going to do the first 30 days we have it on the market. This is what we'll do 60 to 90 days, for example. How does that look? Of course, we got to talk about your fee, how much you expect to pay when you sell this home. Want to find out if we're in a short sale situation. If we're in a short sale situation, the seller's underwater, which means they owe more than what you can sell their home for. Are we in a potential short sale? Do we need to sell it fast? Could be looking at foreclosure, etc., etc. I got short sales and foreclosures covered in our financing unit, which is unit 6. So more on short sales and foreclosures. We're still gathering information, guys. Questions? Another thing I have to determine, another thing I'm going to work with the seller on is figuring how much I think I can sell their home for. What's it worth? We're going to use previous sales recently sold nearby. And we're going to look at what buyers have recently paid for similar properties nearby. And we're going to use those closed comps to help us determine what the seller's home is worth today. Pulling comps, looking at our comparative market analysis, figuring out how to determine the seller what it's worth is all coming in unit 7. So we'll talk about how we can pull this information, gather this information to help the seller determine what we think we can sell their home for. And this is an important conversation to have with the seller before we sign the listing agreement. We all need to be on the same page with this listing price before we decide if we're going to continue or not. Because if we're way off and we can't get together, we can't come together, we may not be the right fit. I have walked away from listings that I truly believed in my heart of hearts with the data that I have, the market data that I have. And I truly believe in my heart of hearts that I can't sell the home for what the seller wants. And in some cases like that, you have a decision to make. You also have to decide if you want to enter into this listing agreement with the seller. We've got to decide if we want to work together. And we got to be on the same page with lots of things, but particularly with that price. So more on pricing, all that's coming in unit 7. When it comes to the list price, we're not asking the seller to sign a listing agreement until we've agreed on a listing price. Do not put TBD. We need a price. What do we think we're going to list your home for? This could be more than what we think we're going to sell it for. Let's have some wiggle room for negotiations. Could depend on the market, how much more we list it for. But we've all got to agree and come to terms on that list price before we sign that listing agreement. So like we said, in unit 7, we're going to look at our comparative market analysis, also known as a CMA. And we're going to talk about how we can have these conversations with the sellers. And flip that coin, that works with the buyers as well. Your buyer's going to ask you, this is the home I want, how much should I offer? And I'm not going to pull a number out of thin air. I'm not going to tell them to offer asking price. I'm also going to do a CMA for my buyers to help them determine what they should offer, what we think it will sell for. Lots of information I'm gathering. And don't forget the other things we've talked about. We're still getting zoning, NCDOT. Are there any easements? What school board is it in? What school district is it in? We are in gathering mode. There's a whole lot that goes into it before you ever see a property hit the market for sale. Questions? So we've mentioned the different types of listing agreements. Kind of a side note, if you will. Our forms, the pre-printed forms that we use on the regular, such as our listing agreements and our sales contract, and all the other forms you're going to need to know, you're going to use. Our forms do not come from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. I'm going to say that again. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission does not create our forms, specifically our agency forms. All of our pre-printed forms come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. They joined efforts with the North Carolina Bar Association. So NC Realtors is the state level of the National Association of Realtors. NC Realtors joined forces with the Bar Association, and they provided us with the pre-printed forms. We've looked at our buyer's agency agreement. We'll look at our listing agreement. And when we get to Unit 8, we'll look at our sales contract. It's important that we know where our forms come from. The Real Estate Commission does not create agency forms. However, commission rule dictates what information needs to be included in our agency forms, our agency agreements. Specifically, Commission Rule 58A.0104. If you've not read that yet, please do so. It is in our Google Drive. 58A.0104 goes over the commission's requirements for our agency agreements. So this gets us into the review of our exclusive right to sell listing agreement, but I don't want to do that today because we've already done one form. And I like just to try to do a form a day. So we're going to start with this on Thursday. When we come together on Thursday, we're going to start with looking at our exclusive right to sell listing agreement like we did this morning. We also have listing agreements for vacant lot and land. The difference obviously is there's no property. There's no structure on the property. You're just selling land. So there is a little bit of difference, but it's still agency. It's still OLCAR. Questions? I know I'm a few minutes early on break, but up next is seller net math. So let's go ahead and take 10 and we come back, grab your calculators again. And we're going to do a little bit more math. We're going to figure out how much your seller is going to make when you sell their home. Right. Cameras are on. I am taking attendance. And let's calculate some seller net. Again, it's very likely that this could come up, probably will come up in the listing appointment. Some point the seller is going to look at you and say, if you sell my house for X amount, how much am I going to make? You may also have a case with a seller that says, if I don't make X amount, then I can't afford to sell. So if you can't sell my home putting X amount in my pocket, then we can't do this. For example, either way, knowing, helping the seller determine their net is really important. It's a really big part of the listing appointment. So we're going to kind of break this down in a couple little sections. First off, here is our seller net T-bar. So go ahead and write it down. Your formula, the little asterisks mean I got more to say about it. So just go ahead. Step one is to write down the formula, write down the T-bar, and then we'll start talking about what all those values mean. But I want you to have it in front of you so we can do our seller net math. So in the bottom left, I have the sales price or what we expect to sell your property for. Again, this is common conversations from our CMAs and just trying to align the market data, the market study with the seller's personal goals. So ultimately us agreeing, us coming together and deciding what we think the sales price would be. That's the easy one. The number on top is the seller's net. Seller's net is just referring to what they want to walk away with. When the sale is done and everybody else has been paid, what will the seller walk away with? And we're going to take the seller's net and we're going to add to it all of their debt, except commission. So what's that first little asterisk mean is when we talk about seller's debt, I'm referring to their liens. I'm referring to what they owe for this year's taxes, closing costs, attorney's fees, everything that they owe to sell this home, except for our commission. Don't worry, I'll get us paid. The number on top is the net, what they want to walk away with, plus all of their debt, except our commission. Rate or percent always goes in the bottom right of the T-bar, and this is no different. But we're not just looking for any rate, we're looking for the seller's rate. What is the seller's percentage? And in order to calculate the seller's rate, let's talk about pie. And let's imagine pie. If the whole pie represents the sales price, the whole pie is 100% and it belongs to the seller. The seller will use the pie to pay off all their debt. In the beginning, the seller is agreeing to give us a piece of their pie. So if, for example, the seller agrees to pay us 4%, that's a very small piece of the pie that the seller is giving us. And we need to deduct that from the seller's rate. So to calculate seller's rate, it's always going to be 100% minus what they agree to pay us. So in the example we just used, the seller gave us a 4% piece of their pie. Let me see your mouths move. How much is left for them? What is the seller's rate if they gave me 4%? What is left for them? They get a piece. That seller's rate would be 96%. The seller's rate is through the seller's eyes. So to calculate the seller's rate, we back out our commission, 100% minus what they're paying us. And in this case, this example, that 96% will go in the bottom left. Questions so far? So here's another example. Okay, so now they're going to pay us 7%. We got our commission up a little bit. So to figure that seller's rate, we would just figure 100% minus 7%, and that would leave the seller with 93%. So 100% minus whatever they're paying us. All right, so we're going to do one of these together. And then I got one for you guys to do. Let's turn you loose. But let's look at one together first. And first off, we're just going to read. The seller wants to net $45,000. So this seller looks at you and says, if you can't put $45,000 in my pocket by selling this house, then I don't want to sell. So we got to figure this out pretty early. They want to net $45,000. Plus they have closing costs. They got to pay off their loan. They agreed to pay us 6%. And then they have a deed preparation attorney fee, in this case of $150. When we get to unit 11 is like one of my favorites, because in unit 11, we actually get to go to closing. And we're going to see all this broken down in the closing disclosure. We're going to discuss more about whose responsibilities are for who. But for right now, we're just focusing on the seller with their net. Of course, the question's always going to want to ask you, what do I have to sell the home for in order for the seller to net, in this case, $45,000? So we've read the problem. And one of the first things we want to do is throw down our T-bar. I know what I'm solving for is seller net. I know that's my X. So we can go ahead and identify our X. That's my sales price because I know my formula. Remember, all formulas go on a flashcard. So make sure you put that seller net on a flashcard. Then we look at the line on top, which is the seller's net plus all their debt, everything but commission. So we see that they want a net $45,000. They've got to pay some closing costs of $4,000. They must pay off their outstanding balance of $218,000. We'll get to commission in just a second. And then they have a deed preparation fee from the closing attorney of $150. So when I add up the seller's net plus their debt, net plus debt gives me $260,150. And that's the number that goes at the top. Now we got to figure out the seller's rate. They're giving me, of their pie, they're giving me a 6% slice. So once they give me that piece of pie, how much do they keep for themselves? I'm seeing mouths move. We're gonna take 100% minus 6%, and that gives us the seller's rate of 94%. Questions on how we set up the T-bar before we finish this thing up? That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So we take our net and debt, divide it by the seller's rate, and I get a sales price of 284,202 and 2. Your problem probably ask you to round, but we have our answer. So before we talk about what this means, let me just pause here and see if we have questions about the math, the calculations, or the formula. So we've calculated with the seller based on what you want to net, plus all your debt, plus what you've agreed to pay me. I need to sell your house for 284, 202, 12. This will allow everybody to accomplish the goals. The next question is, will the market support that number? Will the market support that sales price? And that's where our market data, that's where our CMAs come into place, because what we have in front of us is the seller's goals. Now what we need to determine is this is reasonable. So if you pull your market data and you have an average sales price of 275 to 300, I'm making numbers up. Is it reasonable for me to sell their home for 284? Is that reasonable? Do I fall within the range? Is this doable? Possibly. We're not there yet, but yes, we are possibly there because we're within that range that I'm getting from my market data. You may also come across the seller when you do the math, you do the market data, and you're getting a range that looks like this. If that's what I'm getting, can I sell your home for $284,000? Not unless you got something super special going on that you haven't told me about yet. It's not looking good. So we're going to compare the seller's goals with the data, with the facts. And again, you guys, those CMAs, that data is coming in Unit 7. So we'll spend some time on that. Having these conversations, having this information in front of us when we talk to the seller about price, please don't ever pull random numbers out of the air. Please don't go in there with what you think it will sell for. We need to go in there with market data. We need to go in there with research before we start blurting numbers out. To you, this is just a job. To the seller, this could be their livelihood. So it's important that we help them get accurate information, accurate data, and it all comes down to the pricing. The other thing I have to say about this, a lot of times when we do seller net math, a problem topic, one thing that I see over and over and over again is in the T-bar, we like to use this number and not this number. So that's why it's important that we think about the seller's rate, not your commission, but the seller's rate. If you're just dying to know how much you would make if you sell this home, now that we know the sales price, you can take 6% of $284,000 and that'll tell you your commission, for example. But I can't answer that until we find that sales price. So remember, as we're going into seller net, I want the seller's rate, not your commission. Your commission is based off of the sales price. Questions? May I erase? Everybody have it? Going. All right. So here's one for you guys to do. Spend a few minutes on it, and of course, we'll come back together and talk about it. Give about another minute, and then we're going to talk about it. Let's see what we got here. What did y'all do first? Everybody say, read. Just read. Read and breathe, breathe and read. Jessica wishes to make 80,000 on the sale of her home. She has to pay off her mortgage of 400,000, closing costs of 4,000. Jessica's agreed to pay a 5% commission. What must she sell her home for in order for her to net $80,000? So we have read the problem. And y'all know, I may not know much else at this point, but you know what? One thing I do know is that I can use a T-bar. When in doubt, throw a T-bar down and see what you can't do with it. So we know we're going to use a T-bar. The problem tells me that we need to find the sales price. So I went ahead and identified my X. The number on top is Jessica's net plus her debt, everything but commission. So Jessica wants to make 80,000. She's got to pay off a mortgage of 400,000. Let's see, she has closing costs of 4,000. And I guess that's it. So when we take her net plus her debt, I get the number that goes on top of $484,000. Questions on how we got that number? Her net plus her debt. Now we got to figure out the seller's rate. If Jessica is giving me 5% piece of her pie, how much is Jessica keeping for herself? What we're looking for here is 95%. Yep, yep. Questions on how we set up the T-bar. That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So we take net plus debt, divide it by the seller's rate, and we get a sales price of $509,474. If I sell Jessica's home for $509,473, Jessica's not going to make 80,000. Jessica's gonna make 79,999. Everybody with me? She is contractually, she has to pay off the lien. She's contractually obligated to pay me. She's got to pay these closing costs. So if we sell her home for anything less than 509,474, that's coming out of Jessica's net. Do I have a happy seller? No, because Jessica told you from day one, I want to make $80,000. What if I do my comps and I see, hey, Jessica, you're in good shape, because as it turns out, I think I could sell your home for 550. You underestimated it. So now we've gone up and I got a happy seller now, right? Because I've put more net in her pocket. I've put more. This just kind of gives us that standard. So we know we can make sure that we are on the same page, that we are in a line with the seller, again, based off of their wants and needs and our CMA, our data. Questions? I had a seller once, not gonna lie, the man about drove me nuts. It wasn't this exact numbers, it wasn't this exact, but we can use this as a scenario. And I swear that man was dead set on his seller net. And every answer to every question I gave him, I don't care as long as I make $80,000. What do you want to list it for? I don't care as long as I make $80,000. An offer came in, you want to accept? I don't care as long as I make $80,000. You want to do repairs? I don't care as long as I make $80,000. The man wasn't being difficult. The man genuinely needed to make X amount. Does that make sense? It's very, very important to them. And when they hire me, I'm going to help them achieve those goals. So then that's right. So then my 5% commission, I'm paid off of the sales price. So if you need to figure out your 5% commission, you calculate it off of the sales price, which is what we calculated. So my 5% from the 509,474 would be your firm's commission. Wear your seller hat with these problems, though. And I guess my question to you guys is always, because you're already calculating your commission, I hear you. So my rhetorical question to you guys is always, if you didn't get it right, do you see why? Do you see where you went wrong? And that's where we practice. That's how we That's how we learn. Practice, practice, practice. Unit 3 and Learn Test Paths has plenty of commission and seller net math. Good news, we're done with math for a little bit. We've done property tax math, we've done area math, we've done commission math, and we've done seller net. So please get yourself caught up on math. We do a little bit of math in unit 5, not a whole lot, but a little bit. Big math coming in unit 6 with our financing. So I encourage you to get caught up on the math that we have covered before we introduce lots of new math in financing. Can I erase, and do I have any questions? Yes and no. I got you guys give me this bit right now. So we're going to go ahead. So seller net. We have a sheet in the real world. We have a form we can use that helps us with all this, but we need to know what these numbers mean, which is why we need to learn it in pre-licensing world. But in the real world, we have a form that we can use. You do your seller net sheet and you determine that the seller's underwater. You determine that they're going to lose money. And the question is this a material fact? Is this something we have to disclose? And what's our favorite answer? It depends. Just because the seller's underwater, I don't need to disclose. Maybe the seller's behind on a payment. I'm not going to disclose that. That's nobody's business. However, once the seller is in foreclosure, foreclosure is a material fact that we have to disclose. So if they're behind a payment or two, they're not in foreclosure yet. If they're going to lose money, maybe they have a source to bring money to the table. We don't disclose confidential information about our seller, but foreclosure is a material fact. And on Thursday, we're going to do the deep dive into these material facts. Comments? Still working with sellers and buyers, actually, just kind of agency in general. This next discussion talks about how agency contracts end. So there's several different ways that they can end. And specifically with our listing agreement, once I've done the job that you've hired me to do, we are no longer in an agency agreement. So full performance will terminate a listing agreement. You hired me to market and sell your home. And once that deed changes hands, I've done the job and we're done, even if we have more time left on our agency agreement. All of our agency agreements have a definite end date. And when they're done, they're done. We could choose to renew it. But if we don't, when they're expired, as we saw in our buyer's agency agreement this morning, at 11:59 p.m. on this date, and at the stroke of midnight, if we haven't renewed, we're done. We could also terminate a listing agreement or buyer's agreement through a mutual agreement. The parties agree to get into the agency agreement together, so the parties can agree to get out of the agency agreement. But remember who the parties are. The parties are the seller and who? You guys are fast typers. The parties are the seller and the firm. Can you, the individual broker, fire a seller? Shake your head, yes or no. Can you, the individual broker, fire a seller? No, because you are not a party. If you're not getting along with the seller, if you guys aren't doing well, go to your BIC. Maybe your BIC will reassign it to another agent in the office. Maybe they'll get you a referral fee for the work you've done. But you, the individual broker, unless you're a sole proprietor, unless you're a one-man show, you, the individual broker, cannot fire the buyer or the seller because they're not yours to fire. Questions on that? The ways these things can end. Our agency agreements give us each party's duties and responsibilities. And if they don't do what they promised to do, then that party could be in breach. Breach of contract may terminate an agency agreement. Your BIC is involved at this point. Yes. So breach of contract may terminate the listing agreement. Operation of law. So if the court takes the property for any reason, bankruptcy, foreclosure, eminent domain, adverse possession, if the court takes the property, it's no longer the seller's to sell. They are no longer a party to the agreement. That would terminate the listing agreement. Court is now the owner. And then the last thing, destruction or condemnation of the property. So if we have it listed and the house burns down or the tree falls on it, I no longer have the product to sell, excuse me. I no longer have the product to sell. So what are we going to do? I don't know. We got a lot of questions, but what I do know is that it's going to effectively terminate our listing agreement. If they rebuild, we can put it back on the market. If they clear it, I could sell the land. But what we're saying is if the house burns down, I don't have a listing agreement. I don't have a product to sell anymore. And that would terminate the listing agreement. Another thing that could terminate any of our agency agreements is if either party passes away. So we have this home listed for sale, somebody that owns it in severalty, they own it 100%, and that seller passes away. That is going to terminate the listing agreement. If the owner dies, that will terminate the listing agreement. The estate may choose to sell it, or they may not. If the individual broker passes away, the show goes on because the relationship is not with the individual broker. It's with the firm. So if the listing agent passes away, the listing will be reassigned to somebody else in the firm and the show goes on. Unless that individual agent is a sole proprietor. If the one-man show dies, then the show dies. If the firm dissolves, if the firm dies, that would terminate the listing agreement. So I guess the answer with the broker is it depends. If you're a sole proprietor, when the one man of the one-man show dies, the listing agreement dies. If we're a firm, the one agent passes away, the show goes on. So various ways that these agency agreements can end. And when they're over, I can expect, I don't owe you old car anymore. Our agency agreement is expired. I no longer owe you old car. That's what it means to have this end. With that being said, there's this understanding that when our agency agreement expires, I'm going to keep my client's confidential information confidential. So even though we expired, I don't have some kind of golden ticket to run up and down the streets blabbing their confidential information. I know why they're selling. I know how much they want to offer. We're still going to respect that confidentiality, whatever we learned from them when we were working with them. Unless, let's walk through a scenario together. You have a listing. Listings on the market for, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. And it doesn't sell for whatever reason. Sometimes they just don't sell. So you have this listing, we're on the market for 6 months. We're about to expire. We approach the seller about the expiration date, or maybe we both agree that we don't want to extend, we don't want to continue. So at the end of 6 months, our agency agreement expires. We go about their lives, and I'm keeping their confidential information confidential. Fast forward down the road some time, and the seller does eventually list again with another firm. So the seller's back on the market. They didn't hire us. They've hired another firm. And lo and behold, I get a buyer client that is interested in my former listing. Who gets Old Car today? The buyer. The one that I am in a current agency relationship with gets Old Car. Today, that buyer is my client. The seller is my customer. I tell my client everything about my customer. I tell my customer nothing about my client. So here's the deal, you guys. This buyer becomes interested, you share everything. I know for a fact why they're selling. I know how low they're willing to go. I know all this information, and I owe that to my buyer client. We present the offer. The listing agent shares the offer with the seller, and the seller sees my name on that offer. The seller doesn't have to accept any offer. And the seller has every right to say, oh my God, there's that Julie Campbell chick again. I thought we were done with her. If the seller's concerned about what I know, they have every right to reject that offer. They don't have to accept anything. In that situation, I recommend you get your BIC involved, because we still want our buyer to get the home, but we don't want the seller to be scared or the seller to be concerned. So if your buyer client is wanting to buy something that you've recently had listed, get with your BIC and you guys can brainstorm how best to proceed. What we need to hear in pre-licensing world is that that duty of confidentiality continues unless my future client becomes involved in the transaction. Questions on that? So the agency agreement has expired. Specifically, the listing agreement has expired. And same thing as what we saw in our buyer's agency agreement, the listing agreement contains a protection period. So for the protection period on this listing agreement, it says if X amount of days after we expire, if you sell the property to a buyer, I may still be entitled to a commission. There's 2 caveats. First, this isn't just any old buyer that comes along after we've expired. I've got to provide the seller with a list of specific buyers that I think are interested. The Smiths were talking about making an offer, but we expire tonight at midnight or 11:59 p.m. It's got to be specific buyers, not just any old buyer. The second caveat, seller expires with me today. They list with a new firm tomorrow. The current agency agreement will always win. So if the seller relists with another firm, I'm out no matter whether or not I introduce the Smiths to them or not. So protection periods, protecting our commission after these agency agreements expire. And I don't know why, I don't have the answer to this, but this is one of those annoying things. It could be called a protection period, it could be called an extender clause, it could be called an overrider clause, or it could be called a tail clause. I don't know why. Just preparing you for what you might see on your exams. All four saying the same thing. And do not confuse the protection period with the protection agreement. The protection agreement is what the buyer's agent uses with the FSBO that agrees to pay their commission. In addition, the seller may still have to pay commission if it's proven that the seller commits fraud. If the seller changes their mind, we go under contract and all of a sudden the buyer says, nah, I don't want to sell. I've still connected buyer to the seller. If we're under contract, I did the job you hired me to do. The fact that you changed your mind shouldn't change the fact that I still expect to be paid. If we have issues with the seller's title, they can't convey with issues. So if there's issues, that may prevent them from conveying. More on that as we get closer and closer to closing. I may bring the seller a full price offer, full price, cash, no inspections, closing in 2 weeks. It's like the dream offer for any seller, and they have every right to look at that offer and go, nah, I reject it. They don't have to accept any offer. However, if I brought them the terms that they wanted, I may have an argument that I've earned my commission. Mutual agreement to terminate the contract. Seller refuses to accept an offer from a member of the protected classes as set by federal fair housing. All of these are just examples of when the seller may still have to pay commission. Again, whether or not we go after them, what this turns into, get with your BIC, because your firm should have a policy on what and when and how they're going to proceed with anything. You, the individual broker, have no right to collect anything from the seller because the agreement is with the firm. Questions on how our agency agreements end?
This might sound a little stupid, but if you bring the buyer, does the commission go to you or whoever's listing the home, or both?
It goes to the firm, and then the firm will split between you or the other agent in the firm.
Okay, thank you.
It's always the firm's commission. Yep.
Can you please go back to the last screen with the 4 different terms on it?
I'm trying. That one? There you go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Anything else on terminating? They all got to end at some point. We're no kind of open-ended agreement forever and ever.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I didn't catch all of it, but when you mentioned the duty of confidentiality, it still remains with the future client unless the new client does what?
Unless I get the new client. So I had this listed and it expired. They've relisted with another firm. And now I have a buyer client interested in that listing. So Lauren, what we said is my current client always gets Old Car, including that confidential information from my former seller client. And guys, I get that one's a little tough. That bumps on our moral compass a little bit, right? But in understanding agency, in understanding old car, and in understanding who gets old car right here, right now. And that's what it means to understand agency. Yep. Okay. Still working with sellers. I got a couple acts that we need to explain to the seller. So we're going to talk about this Residential Property Disclosure Act, the forms that are required, the seller's duties and obligations. We are going to talk about willful and negligent omission and representation, and when we could be guilty of doing these things, what these things mean, and how we need to avoid them. And then this section is getting us into the deep dive of these material facts. We've been dancing all around them for a week or so, a couple weeks now. So we're actually going to determine what is a material fact. And then we're going to talk about things that are not material facts. So example, what stigmatized properties are, and the fact in North Carolina that those are not material facts. So material facts coming in this section. Before we get to that though, we have to talk about the Residential Property Disclosure Act. And again, this is another one of these things. It's a mouthful. We need to know the whole act. Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement. Excuse me. The act gives us the statement. So Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement. And if you guys are good, from here on out, I'm going to refer to this as the RPODs. Because if I have to say Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement every time, I will trip all over it. So is everybody good? If I say RPODs, we know what I'm talking about. We're talking about, write it down, the Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement. This form is required on the sale of all residential property. If we're in an HOA, then we have some owners association information. And the point of this form is to disclose. Disclose information about the property, specifically the residential property, and also to disclose information about the HOA, the owners association. This is going to be required in the sale of most residential properties, including the for sale by owner. Even though the FSBO did not hire an agent, the FSBO is still required to provide a buyer with the RPODs. There are some exceptions. There are some times that the RPOD is not required. The sale of a new construction, the first sale of a new construction, does not require the RPODs. As we're going to learn in a minute, disclosure, this is a seller disclosure form. The builder has never lived in this home. Nobody has ever lived in this home. So nobody can yet disclose the various information. The builder has their own set of laws that they will follow, but there's nothing to disclose if nobody's ever lived there. So the sale of the first dwelling or the first sale of the dwelling will be exempt from the RPODs. Foreclosure properties will be exempt. So once the bank takes them, the bank turns around and sells them at an auction, they will not be sold with an RPODs. If there's a lease with an option to purchase, would not require the RPODs. And by the way, we're going to talk about the option to purchase in Unit 8. Or if it's any kind of transfer between co-owners, spouses, heirs, etc. So if we're getting married, if we're getting divorced and we're conveying from us to me or me to us, if you're going back and forth between spouses or co-owners, that kind of thing from family to family, then the RPOs is going to be required. So a couple exceptions of when we would not do the RPOs. So let me say something I said a few minutes ago. Let's say if we pick up on this. The RPOs is a seller disclosure. And remind me by moving your mouth what we mean by saying North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. Caveat emptor meaning buyer beware. We're kind of contradicting ourselves a little bit here, aren't we? The seller doesn't have to disclose much, but the seller still has to provide the RPOs. This is a mandatory form with optional disclosure. I'm going to say that again. Mandatory form. What's mandatory? Tell me. They got to do it unless they're exempt. It's a mandatory form with optional disclosure. The seller has to provide it. But under caveat emptor, they choose if they disclose or not. This is a seller disclosure, which means who completes the form. The seller. Never, ever, ever, ever are we going to do it for them. Have you ever lived there? Unless you're the seller, probably not. Never, ever, ever am I going to do it for them. This is a seller disclosure. I'm going to help them. I'm going to review it with them. I'm going to give them their options. The seller can choose to disclose if they want to, but they are under no obligation because caveat emptor. So with the RPOs, the sellers asked a series of questions about the property, the plumbing, the electrical, the roof, the septic, the water, the issue, the things of the property with the HOA, etc. We're going to look at a sample when we come back from break. But as we look at this, it goes through and it asks the seller different questions about the property. And the seller's always got three choices. They can say, yes, this is broke. They can say, no, this isn't broke. Or they could exercise their rights under caveat emptor and select no representation. If the seller knows something is wrong, they are encouraged to select yes, something's wrong. But I can't make anybody do anything. The seller has the right to say no representation. But remember, the broker always has a duty to disclose. And that duty to disclose is regardless of how the seller completes the RPOs. Only the seller can hide behind caveat emptor. You and I, under our licensing board, always have a duty to disclose material facts, regardless of how the seller completes the RPOs. What if seller says, no, I'm not doing that. I just told you guys I couldn't make anybody do anything. So if the seller says, I'm not doing that, if I don't have to disclose, I'm not doing that. Well, I can't make you. But what I can do is I can let the seller know that if they don't provide this to the buyer has an option to walk away. They have 3 days from contract formation. If they have not seen this form, the buyer can terminate their contract. If they put down any fees or deposits, they're going to get their money back. So what happens if the seller doesn't provide this to the buyer? It's simple. We may lose our buyer. I'm not telling you they're going to terminate. I'm telling you they have the right for failure to receive this form. Again, we're going to look at this when we get back from break. Any questions so far on the ARPOs? All right, then. Hey. I don't know what Zoom doesn't like about our last break, but this is like the second class in a row that it's kicked me out. So welcome back and thank you guys for your patience. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Zoom. But what I do know is that we got back. Thumbs up, you guys see. Well, it says Zoom right now. We're still seeing. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. Okay. Technology is great when it works, right? All right, so let's go ahead, just in case, and take our screenshot for attendance. And before we look at the RPODs, there's another form covered under the same act. We're still in that Residential Property Disclosure Act. So the RPOs is one form that we'll look at in just a second. Another form covered under the act, I don't know where they name these things, Mineral and Oil and Gas Disclosure Statement. From here on out, you're going to need to refer to it as the MOG, the Mineral and Oil and Gas Disclosure Statement. We talked about severing those subsurface rights. Remember, way back in Unit 2, and we talked about severing those subsurface rights. And
Hey,
the seller
Julie.
makes,
I don't know if you're sharing your screen, but I don't see a PowerPoint.
you don't see a PowerPoint. Okay, well, maybe. What did that do?
See it. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know that. Okay, so as you're seeing what I'm saying, the MOG, the Mineral and Oil and Gas Disclosure Statement. Unit 2, we looked at or talked about those subsurface rights. And maybe the seller has severed the subsurface rights. Maybe they intend to sever the subsurface rights. They've got to disclose that to the seller. So we have a statement, we have a form just for that. There are a couple optional fields in the MOG, but there are some questions that the seller has to truthfully answer yes or no. So we'll see that in a second. The MOG, we looked at some exemptions from the RPOs, like new construction, foreclosure, things like that. The MOG is not exempt from new construction. We will do the MOG in new construction properties. The MOG is exempt from vacant land sales, though. So the biggest reason why we wouldn't use the MOG is a vacant land sale. And between me and you, I think that that's a loophole that they found, because if we think about what we're disclosing what's under the surface, right? We're disclosing those subsurface rights. So why in the gosh heck would it not be required for vacant land? And the loophole I think they found is that this falls under the residential property disclosure. Vacant land doesn't have property, it doesn't have a structure on it. So the MOG's not required for vacant land. You can, but it's not required. And again, this is another seller disclosure. So who is completing this? The seller, not me. I'm providing it to them. I'm handing it to them. I'm having the conversation with them. But when it comes to picking the pen up and completing the form, I'm not doing it for them. So before we go any further, let's take a moment and review our two forms. You guys have these available in Learn Test Pass. I don't think it's as important that you look these over as we are our agency agreements, but you do have both of them available for you in Learn Test Pass, a Unit 3 material to peruse if you'd like. So first off, let's look at the RPODs, Residential Property and Owner Association Disclosure Statement. It starts by throwing a general statute. So there's a North Carolina law that regulates this form. There's a North Carolina law that regulates this act. So we have the reference here. You always throw that in Google and the whole thing will pop up. But we start by referencing the source. It tells us when this is required. Owners are advised to seek legal advice if they believe they are entitled to one of limitation exceptions contained under this act. So if your seller is legally challenging this form, I'm not going to challenge it with them. I'm going to advise them to talk to an attorney. I'm going to advise them to look at this act. Again, you guys, this is not a real estate commission thing. This is a North Carolina law, which is why the FSBO is not exempt. So then it goes on for some instructions. The owner is required to provide a response to every question by selecting yes, no, no representation, or not applicable if it doesn't apply to this transaction. The owner is not required to disclose any of the material facts, even if they have knowledge of them. However, failure to disclose latent or hidden defects may result in civil liability. We're going to talk about those latent defects. We're going to talk about how you can't disclose because you don't know. But if the seller knows about these latent defects, these things that the home inspector may not find, you may not be able to see, etc., the seller's encouraged to disclose them to avoid some kind of civil liability somewhere down the road. So then it's still instructions to the owner. If the owner selects yes or no, then they're only obligated to disclose the information about which they have actual knowledge. If an owner selects no, they're saying they have no actual knowledge of the issue. If they say NR for no representation, then they are choosing not to disclose. Some sellers are okay with disclosing, others are not. Some sellers are all about hiding behind caveat emptor because they know their rights. This is a choice for them to make. I provide the facts for them to make an informed decision. If we're saying NA, we means it's not applicable, which means it doesn't apply to this property. The owner must give a completed and signed disclosure statement to the buyer no later than the time the buyer makes an offer. If they do not, then the buyer can cancel any resulting contract. So again, your seller that's kind of digging their heels in a little bit going, I'm not doing it. Okie doke, I can't make you do anything, but understand our buyer could walk. And y'all right now, whatever, 2020, it was a seller's market. If this buyer walked away, I had 20 other buyers in the front yard with offers in their hands. But one day we're going to be back in a buyer's market. Sellers may go months and months without getting an offer. And you're telling me we're okay with this one buyer walking away after months. So having these conversations, having this available before we list is best practice. Owner's going to keep a copy for their records. If something happens to the disclosure where the information changes, so maybe the seller said, yes, this is broke, and then they fixed it. Or maybe they said, no, this isn't broke, and then it breaks. If they say yes or no, and that condition changes, we need to make sure that they are updating the disclosure statement. This form needs to be current throughout the entire transaction. From the day I list it to the day we close, this form needs to remain current. So any changes, we're just going to do an updated RPODs. The buyers here, it's not a warranty. It's not a supplement to your inspections. We're going to review this form. We're still going to get our own inspections. And we're not going to assume, I hate that word assume, but we're not going to assume that any no or NR is a guarantee. If the seller's saying no, remember what it should mean is that they don't have actual knowledge about it. And then we get a little blurb here for us, reminding us in bold down here that we are not permitted to complete the disclosure statement on behalf of the sellers. It's a seller disclosure. I can't do it for them. How we get this disclosure to potential buyers doesn't matter. So the vehicle for delivery does not matter. The majority of the time, something you guys don't see in like Zillow and Realtor.com, something we have as being a member of MLS is we can add attachments. We can add documents to the listing and just keep them between brokers. So the majority of the time, you're going to see the RPOs and the MOG before you ever show the property. So your buyer wants to see 123 Main Street. The first thing I want you to do is go to those attachments in MLS, pull this up and see if anything here throws a flag at you, depending on what the seller is or is not willing to disclose. So then we can see the actual disclosure part, and it breaks it up into sections. Nice, neat little management here. So we got the first section that's addressing the structure, the floors, the walls, the ceiling, the window, and the roof. And as you can see, it goes through and asks the seller to disclose, if they choose, various information about various things, in which case their options are to say, yes, this is broke, no, it's not, or I'm going to exercise caveat emptor and say, no representation. So structure, floors, etc. You can see here if, I don't know, maybe there's not a patio, for example, then we would just say not applicable. So the things that don't apply to this home, we're going to let the buyer know there is no patio, there is no attached garage or fireplace, chimney, etc. Section B, we're hitting the major components of the home. So section B is the HVAC and electrical systems of the property. C is getting into our plumbing, our sewer, our septic, the water supply. D is our fixtures, any appliances that are going to remain. The fixtures that will remain in appliances, are they in good working like condition? Yes, no, no representation, or not applicable. Asking about the land and zoning, what we know, what the seller may or may not know about that, environmental issues, etc. So you can just see it's going through. And then the last piece is the owner's association disclosure statement if it's in an HOA. If it's not an HOA, then we don't need to do this last section. So the seller, you hand them the document, the seller sits down with their pen, they go through and complete it. And again, I can advise them. And what I'm advising them on are their options that are spelled out for us on page 1. Y'all, I have no right to look at a seller and say, you need to represent everything, or you don't need to disclose anything. What they disclose or not is up to the seller. My job is to give them their options. Let them know their options. They decide. Buyer's agents, especially new buyer's agents. Sometimes as a new buyer's agent, we pull this from MLS and we see the seller has done no representation, straight line the whole way down. They didn't disclose anything. Everything was no representation. Do not look at your buyer and say, this seller is shady and they're hiding something. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know. What I do know is there could be a couple things going on here. Maybe they're exercising their right under caveat emptor and choose not to disclose. Maybe they're not comfortable disclosing. What if they haven't lived here? What if this property has been a rental for the last 12 years? What can they honestly say about some of these things? They've never lived there. What if it's an estate or you're selling, you know, mom and dad's house or something? So just keep in mind, don't assume a shady seller if they say no representation. All I'm going to do is provide this to the buyer. And regardless of how the seller completes this, the buyer's still encouraged to have their own inspections, to conduct their own inspections during due diligence. Don't let them rely solely on this. Questions on the RPOs?
Let's say the seller doesn't disclose there's a leak in the ceiling or something.
Okay.
And then the inspector doesn't find it either. And then you buy the house. Is there a lawsuit? Can you file for a lawsuit, or you just asked to fix that?
So as the buyer, you could go after failure to disclose those latent defects, which if the home inspector's not discovering it, then it's probably hidden, it's probably latent. So if they know that roof or whatever leaked or whatever we're saying here, if they know, but it's not easily visible, it's not readily detectable, then the seller is encouraged to disclose it so they can not be sued by the buyer after closing. In some cases, it's better for the seller to disclose. Amber, did you have a question? Raj, hey.
So this is it's sort of going back and forth. So failure to disclose, you could have a civil case, but then what happened to buyer beware?
So, and note the word here, Raj. This says failure to disclose hidden. So if the ceiling's leaking, there's probably a water stain or some kind of stain up there, right? We have evidence that there's a leak. That wouldn't be hidden. Buyer can walk in the front door and go, huh. Now, if the seller paints over that, then they've hidden it, and they may be best to disclose. So these latent things, these latent hidden defects is what we're cautioning the seller again. Because remember, you and I are looking for those red flags. If I walk in a room and see a water stain on the ceiling, I don't know what caused it. I'm not a roofer, I'm not a plumber, I don't know. But you know what I do know? Ooh, look, something caused a stain on that ceiling. I'm going to ask questions to the seller. I'm going to learn. But we can see that. If I walk in and look at the ceiling and I don't see anything on the ceiling at all, I have no reason for my flag to go up. I have no reason to disclose.
And then going back to something else, like if you have a disclosure with the seller and they're saying that they know that there's a problem with the septic, it's got a leak or something, and they put no representation on there, but they've let you know, they know there's something wrong with it. So as a broker, that's a material fact. So we have to disclose that. And does that cause, is there any liability between you and the seller then? Is there an issue with that?
No, because I had this conversation with the seller very early on before I started looking for this stuff. I told the seller that under my licensing board, my licensing body, I must disclose. So once I learn about it, I can't unlearn about it. So once you tell me, it's not like the seller can say, the basement floods during heavy rains. Shh, don't tell anybody. They may say that, but I've had the conversation with them up front. I've set the expectation up front before I stepped into the flooded basement. I'm telling the seller, look, you do you. This is my duty. This is my responsibility. Is this a conflict of interest between seller and broker sometimes? You better believe it. Sellers don't generally like this. But guys, yes, I work for the seller. The seller hired me. But who's maintaining and managing my license, my livelihood, is the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. So Raj, what I say to you is set those expectations up front. Tell the seller before you learn anything about the home, your duty to disclose and their right not to.
Thank you.
Sometimes people go for sale by owners, and sometimes they go for sale by owner for reasons like this. Maybe they just don't want to disclose and they really, really don't want you to. If they don't want this information out at all, then maybe they need not hire a broker. You with me? And if we're doing our job up front, we're creating this relationship and then letting them know where I stand from day one, where I stand going into this. It's a mandatory form with optional disclosure. The other form under the Act is the MOG, or the Mineral and Oil and Gas. Cool. Cool. Thank you. The Mineral and Oil and Gas mandatory disclosure statement. So again, we get into some instructions of the property owner. We throw the North Carolina law at them. So this isn't just me talking. This is an actual law about their requirement to disclose various things about buying a property where those subsurface rights have been severed or when they intend to be severed. So again, using this as a tool when I'm explaining to my sellers their rights under this act. And you can see they don't have as much to disclose. And the best way to see this form is if we draw a line down the middle of it here. So the first 3 disclosures are addressing the mineral rights. The seller has the option. Mineral rights were severed from the previous owner. The seller can say yes, no, or maybe they don't know if the previous owner severed the subsurface rights, in which case they'll want to say no representation. And then I got the seller has severed the mineral rights, or the seller intends to sever the mineral rights. And you can see here, their only options are yes or no. No representation is not a choice. We've all agreed with the statement that a buyer deserves to know what they're buying. And so if the seller has severed those subsurface rights or they intend to sever those subsurface rights, then the buyer deserves to know that. Then we go through that little exercise again, only with oil and gas. They were severed from the previous owner, yes, no, or no rep. The seller has severed or the seller intends to sever. Again, no representation, not an option. Same rights for the buyer. They can terminate for failure to receive, and this is only a 1-page form. So both parties sign. Not all states are caveat emptor states. Not all states have these seller disclosures. I think the MOG is a pretty nationwide thing. The residential property disclosure may vary from state to state, but it's and it may seem like a conflict. I get this, but it's a matter of understanding the law and the rules, and each party understanding their rights and obligations. And that's what we're hitting on with this section. Questions on the MOG? Where are the ARPOs? And again, most of the time we can be available as an attachment in MLS. If they're not there, then you just contact the listing agent. Hey, I'm getting ready to show your property this afternoon. Do you mind to go ahead and send me the ARPOs? But I'm telling you guys, the majority of the time, they are going to be in MLS, so you can see them. If the seller is kind enough to disclose, that may or may not impact whether or not the buyer wants to see the property. For example, the buyers want to see a property. I pulled up the ARPOs, the seller, thank God for the seller. The seller disclosed black toxic mold and wrote in there, enter with caution, masks recommended. I thought, oi, this sounds severe. And I told my buyers, and my buyers were like, yeah, no, we don't want to deal with that. I appreciate the seller disclosing that. It saved us the showing. There's the right buyer out there for every property. It's just a matter of finding the buyer with the money, the tools, the knowledge to be able to tackle that black toxic mold, to have the resources. That just wasn't my buyer. That wasn't their property. And it saved us from that time that would have taken to see it. So sometimes it's helpful if the seller is willing to disclose. So the broker with the ARPOs and the MOG, I have a duty to advise, tell the seller, y'all, it's a state law. This isn't the commission. This isn't my firm. This is the state of North Carolina. You have these disclosure requirements, mandatory form, optional disclosure. With that being said, nobody has a golden ticket to lie. The seller could be held liable for lying on the ARPOs. And we also need to make sure that this thing stays current throughout the transaction. So the seller completes it before we list it and it goes on the market. They fix something or something broke. If they say yes or no, and that status changes, then we need to help them. We need to get with them to update the ARPOs or the MOG. And then we want to assure that we get delivery to the buyer, ideally before they ever see the property, specifically before we write up an offer. But guys, I can go under contract without an ARPOs or a MOG. The buyer still has an out. The contract gives them 3 days to terminate for failure to receive. So I can put somebody under contract without it. But the seller needs to understand that the buyer has an out. Whether or not they exercise that out or not, I don't know. What we need to help them understand is they have that right for failure to receive. So it's really important that we see this. So we discover that the seller answered it incorrectly. They said, no, that's not broke, but it is. Or maybe the status changed. Y'all, that's my responsibility to make sure that that ARPOs gets updated. And if the seller refuses to fix it, then I need to disclose. I need to go against my seller. I need to say, I know they said the roof doesn't leak, but I learned otherwise. I am disclosing that there is an issue with the roof. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Thank you. They can say no representation all day long. This is the seller choosing not to disclose, but only the seller can hide behind caveat emptor. You and I always have a duty to disclose. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. And I know we're so super excited, but we're going to do our deep dive on material facts on Thursday. So there we go. Keep it current throughout the listing. We're starting to talk a little bit about disciplinary action. Disciplinary action is tough, man. If you get yourself in trouble with the real estate commission, they put you in the monthly bulletin that goes out to all brokers and it's made available to the public. And they include like your name and your firm and what you did and what they did to you. And I'm going to say within the last year, year and a half, I've seen this pop up more and more on disciplinary action. The agent fails to keep the ARPOs current. We've got to be working with the seller, communicating with the seller. More on disciplinary action. Actually, in just a minute. Questions. The ARPOs, the MOG, seller disclosure, caveat emptor. So, gee, Julie, what's the big deal? Well, here it is. We need to keep a couple things in mind when we talk about breaching our agency duty. What can they do to us? So, we need to keep a few things in mind. And first off, is who it is that they're filing the complaint. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission is a governing licensing body. They regulate your license. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission giveth you your license, and guess what? The North Carolina Real Estate Commission can taketh it away. You will not be fined by the commission. The commission will not make you give up your commission or pay an injured party. You may choose to, but the commission cannot make you. There's only one time that the Real Estate Commission can fine a licensee. Who remembers what that one exception is?
Timeshares.
Yes, the timeshare developer. The timeshare developer is the only one that can be fined by the Real Estate Commission. The rest of us receive disciplinary action on our license. The question, what's going to happen to me? The answer to that obviously is it depends. The Real Estate Commission has to investigate it. They got to do their research. They got to determine if you're guilty of what you're being accused of. It's a process, you guys. The complaint can come directly from the consumer, or the consumer can hire an attorney about the complaint, in which case they may get the Real Estate Commission involved. Once the complaint's been made, the Real Estate Commission sends the broker what's referred to as a letter of inquiry. Y'all, the commissioners are human. They make mistakes. And they understand that just because somebody files a complaint does not mean you are guilty of that. If somebody files a complaint, the commission will launch an investigation. And the letter of inquiry is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. They're going to want to see you're working with real estate agent disclosure. They're going to want to see your agency agreement and any other documentation that revolves around the complaint. What are we documenting? Everything. Because if you get a complaint, the only way you can respond is with your documentation. What's that old saying? If you didn't document it, you didn't do it. You're not going to be able to call the commission and say, I didn't do it. That's not true. The only way to respond to that letter of inquiry is with your documentation. They review your response. If they have other questions or need more information, they'll let you know. They'll reach out. They'll be in touch. At the end of the investigation, the Real Estate Commission may determine that the broker was innocent, that the complaint was not warranted, not valid, in which case they'll say, thank you for your cooperation. This matter has been closed. Have a nice day. If during the investigation, they learn that the broker is guilty, they have some options on what they can do to you. And I'm going to say, bottom line, it comes down to How badly did you harm their public? Remember, that's their main purpose, is to protect the public. You've harmed their public. They have options. Maybe they reprimand or censure your license. That's pretty much a slap on the wrist. Don't do this again. Maybe they'll make you take an extra CE class. Maybe they'll make you take, I don't know, if you post licensing, something like that, they may require additional education. So hopefully we can break this pattern. It doesn't happen again. So they slap you on the wrist. They say, don't do this again. And they send you about your life. They could suspend your license. I've seen 2 months up to 2 years. Again, how badly did you harm their public? If your license is suspended, you are not practicing real estate during that time. And their third option is to revoke them, which means they can taketh it away, in which case you will never practice real estate again in the state of North Carolina, and probably not in any other state as well. So again, what's going to happen to me? Well, they got to investigate, they got to learn, they got to determine, and then they got to answer the question, how badly did they harm my public? Document, document, document. There's a reason why we say this. I had a teammate that got a complaint several years ago, filed a complaint. It was from a former buyer client of hers. These guys were cash. And unless you're going through a lender, the appraisal is not required. So cash buyer didn't have to get an appraisal. But they started asking her a bunch of questions about value. What's this home worth? What's the property worth? And she recommended several times in a text that they get an appraisal. And every time they said, no, we're fine. No, we don't need to know. No, no, no. We go to closing. They probably suffer a little bit of buyer's remorse and feel that they paid too much. Who did they go after first? That's right. Their agent, my teammate. She got the letter of inquiry. She responded with the required documentation. She responded with her text messages. She responded with her proof, with her evidence. And the next thing she heard back from them was, this matter's been closed. Thanks for working with us. Have a nice day. But y'all, that was like 2, almost 3 weeks out of her life, because she was very concerned. She was very upset because she didn't know the outcome of this. And we kept telling her, you got that communication, you have that documentation. But to go through it yourself is a totally different experience. So that's the only thing I can guarantee you guys, is that if you do not have your documentation, you could be facing one of these forms of disciplinary action. In addition to what they do to your license, as mentioned, they publish an e-bulletin once a month. And that e-bulletin has a tab called disciplinary actions. And they list your name, your city, your firm, what you did, and what they did to you. And they also print it in your local paper. So now grandma knows about it too, right? And her morning coffee. Fantastic. Please make sure you lead by license, law, and commission rule. Not by what you think or how you feel. License, law, and commission rule. Questions? Compare the commission to the courts. The courts are the ones that can fine you. The judge is the one that could put, like I said, a fine, possibly imprisonment if you really messed up, really, really injured. The courts are the one that can fine you. The commission is the one that just reprimands or regulates your license. Now, every spring, educators all over the state go to Raleigh for an educators conference. And it's a good time. We enjoy it. There's about 300 of us jam packed into one room. And each year at our educators conference, they give us stats. And I love stats, I love data. And each year, they didn't do it last year, but they give us a breakdown of the disciplinary action for that previous year. Remember, the commission works on a physical year, July 1st to June 30th. And they give us a breakdown. What were the disciplinary actions? I know this is 21-22. The 22-23 year is like 48% material facts. The 23-24 year as well. So the last several years, material facts have been the biggest reason for disciplining brokers. And I leave you with this today, because on Thursday, we're going to talk about those material facts. We're going to hit them, we're going to define them, we're going to give examples, we're going to talk about specifically what is that material fact. Don't go anywhere yet. I'm not done, but we're close. This is why material facts are so important, is the screen that you're looking at right here. And it's why it's so important that we understand how to handle material facts before we get out in the real world, so we make sure that we don't face this disciplinary action. I sometimes feel like my job is twofold. My number one purpose, the reason I get up every day, is to help you guys get your license. This is what we're doing. If we're talking about it, it's getting you your license. But I feel like the second part of my job, the underlying part, is to help you keep your license once you get them. And how you keep your license is following license law and commission rule and avoiding disciplinary action. So on Thursday, we're going to look at our, you guys should be looking at each other now. Yes? Do you see your peers? Okay. So Thursday, we're going to start by going over our listing agreement. We got to look at our exclusive right to sell listing agreement, very similar to what we did this morning with the buyer's agency agreement. And then once we get through that listing agreement, we're going to jump into the deep dive of material facts. Still in Unit 3 on Thursday. Might be close to wrapping it up. May wrap it up. If you're looking ahead, please just spend more time with Unit 3. We can get you caught up on Unit 4 eventually. But if you want to look ahead, Unit 4 is coming next. If not Thursday, then the 1st of next week. I got 7-8 minutes left for some Q&A. What questions do we have? We've taken in a lot with agency. How are we doing with sorting it out? How are we doing? Where are we at? Are we spending time in Learn, Test, Pass? Are we spending time in Unit 3? All those resources. We gave you guys some videos last class, the Q&A brochure. You have your agency agreements, the book, Learn, Test, Pass, YouTube, so many resources. If y'all don't have anything, then I'm done too. So y'all have a good afternoon. Enjoy tomorrow. And I will see you at 9 a.m. on Thursday. Please remember, I'm available at any time to answer any questions. Y'all have a good day.